Session resumed.
Okay.
Majority Leader.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2057. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Consideration is in order.
We are at the period of amendments, Mr. President. May we recognize the sponsor, Senator Sani Angara, and our colleagues who would like to propound their amendments page by page, Mr. President, where we left off yesterday.
Senator Sani Angara, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, is recognized. The clean copy has been distributed to the members. We can ask Senator Angara or any member who wishes to start with the period of interpretation that as much as possible, let us proceed through the usual procedure and starting on page 1. So page 1, any amendments on page 1? No amendments on page 1, page 2.
Where's the clean copy?
No amendments on page 2.
Ito na ba?
Senator Pimentel, are you asking for the floor? Senator Pimentel, are you asking for the floor?
Sorry, Mr. President. I must have pressed something, pero wala po. Wala. I'm not raising my hand, sir. I'm not.
I see. Okay, thank you. Any on page 2? Page 3? Any amendments on page 3? How about page 4? Any amendments on page 4?
Mr. President, Senator Tolentino is raising his hand.
Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Mr. President, thank you to the good sponsor. This is I consider this as a parliamentary mulligan, Mr. President. This is similar to an extension in an NBA game, Mr. President. Mr. President, yesterday, my attention was called by the minority leader, and I relented because I saw the wisdom of his interjection. That's why I preferred to have the amendment pursued today, Mr. President. The notion, Mr. President, of a tripartite agreement as contained in this measure is very novel, Mr. President. It has not yet been seen before. The law on sales speak only of the buyer and the seller. There is no third party. You buy from a seller and there is a consideration, that's the purchase price. But here, Mr. President, as questioned by the minority leader yesterday, is this now the policy? Mr. President, I submit that this is a temporary methodology to achieve the purpose of procurement because of the COVID-19 pandemic. We should not amend the law on sales, which has been with us for almost a century, Mr. President. We are not amending the law on sales. Seller, buyer, consideration. There is no third party. So we are not creating, Mr. President, a new legal mongrel, Mr. President. When it comes to donations, there are only two parties, Mr. President. The donor and the donee. The donor is the giver of gift. And the consideration is the liberality, gratuitousness of the donor, the gift giver. In this situation, again, Mr. President, the question is, would we allow a third party to be part of the gift-giving measure? Invoking perhaps the pandemic, the DOH would say so. Taking legislative notice of what transpired yesterday in the lower house, they approve a similar provision for donation, but requiring merely the cooperation of the DOH. Mr. President, having said that, and with the firm conviction that this is just a temporary measure, time-bound. We are not amending the law on sales, the Civil Code of the Philippines. We are not amending the law on donations. This is really a new legal jargon, tripartite. It has never been used. It was only used since 1930 for labor agreements. The management, the labor, and the government as a social measure for wages, among others. So this is a new legal jargon, and I congratulate DOH for having a new legal jargon. Not even the Supreme Court was able to amend the law on sales, just the DOH. My proposal, Mr. President, after, and this is, I have a copy of the new version, Mr. President. After, on line 10, page 3, section 4, after the word apply, insert the phrase, provided, however, that LGUs may directly accept donations with an S of FDA authorized COVID-19 vaccines, subject to the reportorial requirement of the DOH and the NTF, Mr. President. So that is my amended, modified amendment, Mr. President.
So again, just for the record, where are you proposing this amendment?
On page 3, section
3.
4, section 4, line 10, after the word apply, insert the phrase provided, however,
Wait,
Yeah, page 3. What's the correct?
please,
I
can you?
think I have the correct
Clean-
version,
clean
Mr.
copy.
President.
No, you are not having, you are reading the not updated copy. You're reading the
I'm
old
sorry,
copy.
Mr. President, this was
Clean
handed-
copy as of February 22.
handed to me by
Clean copy as of February 22.
yes, Mr. President. I'm sorry. So this is no longer Mulligan, Mr. President. This is Gibb.
Oh,
So on page 3, line 19, section 4,
line 19, section 4. After
Services.
services.
yes, Mr. President.
And
After
the
services,
semicolon.
colon, I think that's a colon, Mr.
Colon.
President. Colon, insert the provision, provided, however, that LGUs may directly accept donations with an S of FDA authorized COVID-19 vaccines, subject to the reportorial requirement of the DOH and the NTF,
What does the sponsor say?
We are inclined to accept, Mr. President. We just cleared this with the agencies, and there is a counter proposal from the FDA to add the phrase "and cleared." So it would be accept donation of FDA authorized and cleared COVID-19 vaccines. So that is the amendment to the amendment that is proposed by the FDA. Given that the reason, Mr. President, dear colleagues, is that the FDA wants to inspect each shipment to check if the vaccines are counterfeit or substandard, because any adverse effects will be shouldered by the national government through the indemnity fund.
Well, the Senator Hontiveros is raising her hand. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to, with the indulgence of the proponent, I'd like to propose an amendment to the amendment for the consideration of the body. Because with all due respect, Mr. President, this is not a simple donation. It is a public good of which there is scarcity. That is why, Mr. President, while prepared to support the proposed amendment of the good gentleman from Cavite, I propose the addition of the phrase and management and utilization guidelines, so that that part of the proposed amendment would read, Mr. President, provided, however, that LGUs may directly accept donations of FDA-authorized COVID-19 vaccines subject to the reportorial requirements and management and utilization guidelines of the DOH and the NTF. Thank you, Mr. President.
So what does
I think the intention, likewise, Mr. President, is the same. It would achieve the same purpose. We separated donation from procurement because donation will not involve a single centavo insofar as the seller is concerned or the buyer is concerned. So I think I may have to concur with the proposed amendment.
what does the sponsor say?
You're accepting? Is the proponent accepting the proposed amendment? My proposed amendment or Senator Ontiveros' proposed amendment? There are two on the table, Mr. President.
The second modification, Mr. President, because it would achieve likewise the same clearance purpose
Okay na ba yun?
proposed by the DOH.
Fatima.
To be cleared,
Wala na yung cleared, pero yung clearance na lang. Okay na ba sa FDA? Okay.
so to abbreviate, Mr. President, everything. So both amendments can be inserted.
How will it read if
It
the
will
both
now be
amendments,
redundant as this.
if both
Provided,
amendments are accepted?
yes, Mr. President, provided, however, that LGUs may directly accept donations of FDA authorized and cleared COVID-19 vaccines subject to the guidelines and reportorial requirements of the DOH and NTF. Though the overreach of the agency is there.
Don't have to worry about you anymore. I'm listening here.
Mr. President, that's the...
You have accepted.
yes, Mr. President.
Yes, we accept, Mr. President, as amended. The amendment as amended twice. Mr.
All right.
President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Adopted.
What's the next?
All right. We continue. Anything else on page 3? Page 4. Senate Minority Leader.
Okay, so
Who
I will
goes
counter
first? The
propose
Minority
this.
Leader or Senator
May
Recto?
simplest form, ha?
Minority
Haba
Leader.
naman. Simple lang naman. President, the Minority Leader is seeking the floor, Mr. President.
Okay, yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. President. On page 3, we propose to delete on lines 9 and 10 the phrase and auxiliary supplies and services. I repeat, on lines 9 and 10, delete the phrase and auxiliary supplies and services. And just to and the reason is this, Mr. President. The way it is phrased now, a purchase of a refrigerator would have to be cleared by the NTF and the DOH. I repeat that because what we're saying here is that ancillary supplies and services will be done in cooperation with the DOH and the NTF. Although, Mr. President, I must point out that while the title of Section 4 includes now and auxiliary services and supplies and services, that phrase is not found in the body of the section itself. So we do not know what is the intention here. But maybe the intent was to include in the powers of the DOH and the NTF the procurement of COVID-19 vaccines and auxiliary services and supplies. May we know the views of the good sponsor here? Because there is no amendment on the body as far as I can.
Bago to. Mr. President, with the indulgence before we tackle the proposed amendment, there is a proposed amendment to the provision to the body that I would like to share with the body that would enable the LGU to directly procure without having to go through the NTF or DOH. And it would be on the same page, line 25, the proviso, which shall read as follows: provided finally that an LGU is authorized to directly procure ancillary supplies and services necessary for the storage, transport, deployment, and administration of COVID-19 vaccines through negotiated procurement under emergency cases prescribed under this section. So if we accept that, if the body accepts that, that would number one, place the purchase of ancillary services in the provision and enable the LG to do so, to purchase the same without having to go through the DOH and NTF, Mr. President. So would the minority leader, Mr. President, be amenable to the inclusion of that phrase, since it would serve the same purpose?
Yes, Mr. President, I would agree with that. And I don't know whether we still have to place that in the title itself, because we can delete the phrase "and ancillary supplies and services." No, I have no objection if that is just so inserted. That will serve the purpose of removing from or creating the impression that procurement of ancillary supplies and services would have to be cleared by the DOH and the NTF. Yes, I have no objections to that and would serve the purpose which I had in mind. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Before
Thank
we
you.
take
We
action,
thank the
before we take action, let's listen to the comments of Senator Villar. You're raising your hand, Senator Villar.
Am I on? Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We hear you.
I just want to make a manifestation because our city will sign a contract with a logistic company to do all of these things. So that should be allowed also, because there is what do you call this? A company, a health company, which is providing, I will tell you the name later, which is providing the logistics for storage, for transport, for anywhere you want it to be transported, para wala nang iintindihin yung LGU, and more efficient. I think they will charge a certain amount per vaccine. So that should be embodied also in this bill kasi yun ang pipiliin nila. Oh, kasi nagbo-volunteer ang DOH to do this, but we decided that we will just allow a private company to do it, baka mas efficient.
Yes, Mr. President. The LGU will be allowed to do that under our proposed amendment, Mr. President.
Okay.
Okay. So, Senator Dillon,
Yes.
in that case,
I was going to respond to Senator Villar that is precisely the purpose of our bringing this to the attention of the sponsor, because it would appear that before the amendment proposed by the sponsor, the acquisition of auxiliary supplies and services would have to go through the DOH, which should not be the case.
all right. So, what does the sponsor say now? What is your proposed amendment?
If the minority leader is thus withdrawing his amendment, I will now formally propose the amendment that he has agreed to serve the same purpose, Mr. President, for our colleagues to vote on. This is on page 3, line 25, to insert a new proviso, which shall read as follows: provided finally that an LGU is authorized to directly procure ancillary supplies and services necessary for the storage, transport, deployment, and administration of COVID-19 vaccines through negotiated procurement under emergency cases prescribed under this section. I so move, Mr. President.
All right. Any objection? Chair hears none. Are you objecting, Senator Villar?
To add that maybe we can include this amendment also to the private sector.
Let's take
Yung-
action first on the amendment.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very
Any
much.
objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Adopted. Go ahead. We will now recognize the President Pro Tem, Senator Ralph Recto.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have an amendment on page 3, line 28, after the word persons, replace the period with a colon and insert the following proviso. Provided that the LGUs, local health officials, shall be allowed to formulate their own vaccine recipient list and implement their own operational procedures if it will expedite and enhance the efficiency of the inoculation process and prevent the spoilage of vaccines.
Mr. President, we are inclined to accept, but we have also just to insert in the proposed amendment of the Senate President Pro Temp to insert after the word their own operational procedures in accordance with the national policies and procedures issued by DOH. That came from the DOH, Mr. President. So it's up to the Pro Temp if he wants to accept that, Mr. President.
Mr. President, the actual section will read the entire paragraph. For LGU-funded vaccines, the inoculation order must at all times be science and evidence-based, prioritizing the needs of the following special groups: frontline health workers in health facilities, senior citizens, and indigents. Provided that the LG's local health officials, so kasama na yung policy of the national government. And then as I mentioned earlier, and the reason for that is simple, Mr. President. We want certain flexibility with the LGU. Today, meron na Sinovac na dumating. According to the national government, dapat priority ang health workers. But it would appear that the first jobs will not be given to the health workers. Like I said, the practicality on the ground will necessitate certain flexibility. And that is proving already today as we speak. Okay? It doesn't mean we will not prioritize the health workers. Okay? We're just saying that we need to give the local government unit some flexibility. Okay? Especially, halimbawa, like in this case, para hindi politicized, it will be the local health officials that will determine it. No? 1, 2, and we want to prevent the spoilage of vaccines as well, among others. The operative words here would be to expedite and enhance the efficiency of the inoculation process. So I think that the amendment to the amendment being proposed, well, I'd love to accept it from the sponsor. It's already actually incorporated in the entire provision, Mr. President. I just wanted to let the sponsor know how I read that particular paragraph. Can we solicit a comment from the sponsor? And, just to make it easier for everyone, and if the sponsor insists that we include that, I may be willing, Mr. President, but with the understanding that this provision allows certain flexibility to local governments. So as already, for the reasons I already mentioned earlier.
Yes, thank you. Thank you to our brilliant and distinguished Senate Pro Temp, Mr. President. He makes so many good points, and I agree that I've been saying this from day one of our debates, that there should be some latitude to the local governments. And the counter there is, I suppose, that it should not be a total latitude because this is still a national vaccination program, and there is still a scarce supply as we speak. So I was just relaying the proposal, the counter proposal of DOH. Unfortunately, the secretary is still on his way. If the proponent wishes, perhaps we could wait for the secretary and we go to the next.
That's fine with me, Mr. President. What was the amendment of the sponsor again?
To include in your amendment, the DOH is amendable, but it would read as follows, if I may be allowed, provided that the local health officials shall be allowed to formulate their own vaccine recipient list and implement their own operational procedures in accordance with the national policies and procedures issued by DOH, if it will expedite and enhance the efficiency of the inoculation process and prevent the spoilage of vaccines.
If that will provide some latitude, and that is the agreement here, I will accept, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you to our good Senate President Pro Tem. Then I also accept his amendment as amended.
All right. Any objection? Chair hears none. Adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr.
Thank you,
President, yeah, another amendment also on this section. On page 3, lines 29 to 31, rephrase the paragraph to read as follows. To ensure transparency, the LG shall also submit to the national government DOH a master list of the names and profiles of the residents who were vaccinated under the COVID-19 vaccination program.
We accept, Mr. President.
Accepted. Any
The
objection?
next one.
Hearing none, adopted.
Okay, last one. No
We go to page 4.
Same.
Any amendments on page 4? Senator Cayetano? Wait.
Page 3.
Senator
Oh, sorry, still
Cayetano, go ahead.
on,
Page 4.
still
Still
on,
on page 3?
no, still on, we were on section 3, Mr. President, still on section, sorry,
We were on section 4, page 3.
section 4. Actually, it doesn't matter because I'm not yet proposing an amendment. Just I need a clarification from the Senate, the sponsor, on either section 3 or 4 to determine where it would be most relevant. I just like to point out that I had a conversation with Mayor Benji Magalong of Baguio City, and he was asking the same questions that I raised the past hearings, not just in this vaccine procurement hearing, but also in the Committee of the Whole, as to really what is the direction? Is there enough funding by national government? And if so, why does the local government have to purchase? Now, I know that we've had lengthy discussions. The Senate President Pro Temp has correctly pointed out that, well, the LGUs have taken the initiative because either for various reasons, nababagalan sila, they want to have choices, no? We all know all these vaccines are up in the air, so some are procuring 2 or 3 different kinds. So we know that they have their reasons. Meanwhile, though, the majority of LGUs do not have the resources, and I know that this bill ensures that the national government will provide for those that do not have the resources. So the question being asked is, for those who feel that, katulad ng sinabi ni Senate President Pro Temp, na nababagalan, so they feel they have to take the initiative and purchase, may possibility ba na ma-reimburse sila ng national government? Because like I said, these are very scarce resources that they are now allocating for the purchase of vaccines, when really, if it was very clear, if the communication was very clear that national government will cover everything, and we do know, based on pronouncements of DOF, that the multilateral loans are in place, there is enough funding, then they wouldn't have to do it. But they are doing it for now because they want to ensure supply. But if it's a supply problem, from what I know, and I'd also like clarity from the sponsor, the reason why we are tying up their purchases with IATF or NTF and DOH is because the release of these vaccines will also be determined by the national agency. In other words, if there's 1 million vaccines that come in, and there are 10 LGUs that cumulatively ordered 50% of that, will the national government deliver it according to its plan, or will they immediately give it to the 50%? I'm just predicting what possible issues will come up later on that are not addressed or discussed now. I think that has to be clear, because they might say, kami nagbayad na. Eh, yun naman hindi nagbayad, yung mga walang binili, sabihin nila, so mauna ngayon yung nagbayad. Is that clear to us? And the second question was the reimbursement. Is that something that can be considered? Because they're being forced. They feel that they're constrained to order, but they would like to free up these resources, these scarce resources, for other expenses that they may have, COVID-related or not, like the education system, which is not yet even in place while dealing with COVID. May I get a response from the sponsor?
I'm not sure what the first question was, Mr. President, but I heard the second question was whether there will be any reimbursement. There's nothing in the measure to give reimbursement. And I also consulted Yusek Hoven of the DOF. According to him, there is a standard provision in the financing agreements with ADB and World Bank for non-reimbursement, Mr. President. I'm asking him for a copy so we can furnish our members of that clause. I'm not sure what the first question was. Maybe the distinguished legislator from Taguig could repeat what the first question was, Mr. President. She's on mute. You're on mute, Senator Pia.
Go ahead.
Okay, how come, may I just, parliamentary inquiry, somebody muted me and I was pressing it the whole time and it says you cannot unmute yourself. And then suddenly there was a statement that the co-host unmuted you. May ganun na ba tayo? Is that a new thing?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
we're trying it today because of our experiences in the past few days.
There's a lot of noise going on. Okay, no problem.
The one who raises the hand and is recognized by the presiding officer has the floor.
Okay,
No,
no problem.
so
I was
let's,
just starting to panic that the sponsor was already calling my name and it said I cannot unmute myself. Okay, that's good to know. So anyway, thank you.
We will do it for you.
Thank you, dear sponsor. Yes, that first question was related to the first. So just for the clarity, well, my clarity and the clarity of everyone following this discussion, as to the question of the LGUs, can they be reimbursed if they initiated a purchase and later on they say, national government, may pera pala kayo, ba't pa ako bumili, reimburse nyo naman ako? The sponsor replied, there won't be any such thing. So I go back to my first question. And you mentioned Yusek Joven, perhaps the good sponsor can have a discussion with him, because I also had this lengthy discussion with him that as far as the DOF is concerned, we have funding. You don't need to purchase. But a lot are purchasing, as the Senate President Pro Tem correctly pointed out, kinakabahan sila, makakarating ba sa amin ng supplies? Sige, purchase kami. But does that really solve their problem? Because it's NTF, it's a national government that controls that supply. Well, controls the supply to the extent that it's going to be made available. The example I gave is if 1 million vaccines are available and you technically have 10 LGUs who make up 50% of that order, may say ba yung LGU dyan na mauuna sila? Because as far as I know, although I don't think it's written here, the NTF will make that decision who will get it first, not just because nagbayad itong 10 LGU, mauuna sila. Because the national government has a priority list, and I know it would probably be in high-risk areas and obviously high-risk population. So I'm just trying to at least have a discussion, or if we can write something into the law that will prevent chaos later on. Because LGUs who pay will demand that it be delivered to them. And if they see it's not coming to them, let's just say X% of Metro Manila mayors paid, and I know some did not. Does it mean pababayaan ng NTF yung mayor, yung city na hindi? Alam ko hindi. So ba't pa nagbayad yung iba? You know what I mean? It's just really going to be very confusing, and it's Yusek Joven and I who discussed this, that the national government has money. And I know the LGUs, it's not as if they're overflowing with funding. They need that money and they want to spend it elsewhere. And when we pass this, it will be like a go signal, go ahead and buy. Is that the message that NTF wants to deliver? Because I don't think that's not the message DOF wants to deliver.
The minority leader is asking for the floor. You are recognized, Senator Dillon.
Yes, thank you very much. With the permission of my colleagues, I join the Senate President Pro Tempore and Senator Cayetano in deciding on a policy issue. Those, are we saying that those who advance their own funds to purchase vaccines will have to bear the cost, as against those who have no financial capacity will be reimbursed by, or will be funded by the national government? This is a policy issue that we must address. I agree with Senator Cayetano. This will cause a lot of problems unless we confront it now and provide something in the law for clarity. It's either, if we say that you cannot be reimbursed, the local government unit will say, why? Is that fair? Is that fair that we are putting on the line our own resources and we will not get reimbursed for a duty of the national government? And so I joined the two of our colleagues in proposing to the sponsor that this should be addressed, and let us debate on it, what the policy will be. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Yes, the President Pro Tem, Senator Recto, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as I mentioned during the course of the interpellation, that there are many reasons why the LGUs may want to purchase, no? And it's not a bad thing, no? One could be naninigurado sila that they will have their supply. The others to provide their constituents with a choice of what vaccine to use, no? Okay, so the question that begs us right now is that, can the national government sequester? Halimbawa, naunang dumating yung sa private sector o naunang dumating yung sa LGU dahil wala pang pinipirma na kontrata ang national government. Can the national government, or what is the policy here, can they sequester those purchased by the LGs or by the private sector? Maybe we should ask that of our sponsor and of the resource persons.
No, Your Honor, I was told it's subject to the agreement on distribution.
Okay, so there's not. There will be no sequestration.
Wala po, wala po.
Wala. So mauna yung sa private sector dumating, hindi pwedeng kunin ng national government.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, so that's clear, no? Now, one last item, maybe just information, no? It is not a bad thing to purchase more than our population or target population. We have provided funding. The national government has sufficient funds to cover the entire adult population. Okay? And as I mentioned the other day, the US has bought twice their population. Canada has bought 4 times their population. The UK has bought I think 3 times their population. Okay? So, I think the national government should continue with purchasing for the entire adult population. And if the local governments want to purchase and the private sector wants to purchase more to provide choices, halimbawa, or to ensure that they have adequate stock available, we should allow them to do that, Mr. President. That's all I'm saying, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's no disagreement from this representation with what Senator Recto said. In fact, that is what the national government is doing. That's why, and with his proposals in the budget, that's why we put the funding for the purchase of the vaccines, Mr. President, so that even the DOF and the DOH say it is a wise policy to buy more than what is possibly needed. And anything the LGUs and private companies get will be on top of what is purchased by the national government. So yun po yun, no problem ho dun. And we thank the Senate President Pro Temp for that. And as for the reimbursement, we already gave an answer as to what. And I was asking what the first question was. I'm still wondering what that first question was, Senator Cayetano.
Senator Cayetano, you're recognized.
Sorry if that was vague, no, but that first question still remains. So what is the clear communications of government on this? And I think the follow-up questions of Senator Recto clarify that. And that's exactly why I raised my hand again, because I want to be sure that this is the communication. Therefore, LGUs, if you want to purchase for whatever reason,
she's on mute, Mr. President.
No, she's not on mute. Baka signal
Is
naman
that a connection problem?
It's a connection problem.
We cannot hear you, Senpia. We can't hear you.
Okay.
She's on the mute sign is on, sir, but she cannot take it out.
Majority Leader, you did not mute Senator Pia.
Go ahead.
Majority
no,
Leader.
it's the host. It's the host. I'll tell you why I know it's the host. It's not
Not
signal.
me, not me.
If the host,
You're
if the
smiling,
host
Majority
mutes
Leader.
you, no problem. But I'm just letting you know, little technical. If the host
No,
mutes
glitch
you,
lang
there's a
yan.
lock
Go ahead,
sign. There's a lock sign. So
We
that's
can
why I
sign
know
it.
that I wasn't the one muting I was already unmuted, pero baka nakalimutan na press, saka ako na mute, and there's a lock sign. So the lock sign means there's a host muting you, just for everyone's info. So maybe we should have a sign, unlock, something like that. Anyway.
No, we did. Ano lang yun, a glitch lang yun.
Oh, yes. Okay, no problem with me. So I'll just repeat. The the sponsor was saying he's still wondering about my first question.
But wait, Senator Pimentel is...
With the permission of Senator Cayetano,
Go ahead.
maybe this is the Senate President's way of telling us to physically attend the session.
Senator Cayetano, you may continue.
Thank you. So the sponsor was asking clarity on my first question, and I said that I think the follow-up question of the Senate President Pro Temp clarified my first question, which was, ano ba talaga ang communications, ano ba talaga ang directive ng national government on the purchase? Are we encouraging local governments to purchase? Or are we not? And as the Senate Minority Floor Leader said, what are the consequences? We should be ready to discuss them now para hindi magkagulo later on. That is my question. Now, the Senate President Pro Temp clarified. So, pag bumili ang local government, paano yung prioritization nun? If because may kontrata na sila and the supply arrives, will the national government sequester that? And the sponsor replied, they will not. And he repeated the question, and the answer was they will not. Therefore, it appears to me that the message we are sending is local governments, if you can afford, then go ahead and purchase kasi mukhang mauuna kayo. I'm just saying that is the consequence of this of this allowing them to do that. Yun ang natural consequence, even if you don't send that message, because the local governments are proceeding with their supply agreements. Is that what we want? Because then you're signaling to the local government, whatever scarce resource you have, go ahead, magtabi na kayo ng pera and go ahead and purchase because mukhang mauuna kayo. I don't know. I don't think that is the right message we want to send because the national government does have the funding.
May I respond, Mr. President?
Go ahead, Mr. Sponsor.
If Senator Cayetano is finished. If Senator Cayetano is
I'm
finished.
finished.
Yes,
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
In response, we are giving freedom to the local governments under this. That freedom is a choice for each local government, Mr. President. And as we discussed in our interpellations, some will exercise that freedom and some will not. So it's a freedom that we're giving them. It's a choice that we're giving them, and we're giving them exemption for various laws. So we're not saying you purchase vaccines. We're not saying you don't purchase vaccines. We're just saying you have a choice. That's basically what we're doing, Mr. President.
I appreciate that, Mr. President, but I think this is the same point that the Minority Floor Leader had. This may have unintended consequences. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I do agree with the choice, but I think together with these choices we are giving should be a very clear statement from the national government, including faster action, because then it really signals the local government that if you don't take care of yourself, baka mahuli kayo. Because that's exactly what we just said. Sila, meron na silang signed contracts, national government doesn't have, mauna. So there might be others who'll jump on the bandwagon. And I pity the poorer LGUs who will now sacrifice much needed fund for this because it cannot be reimbursement. It cannot be reimbursed. And now there will be programs that they will sacrifice. And like I said, it's just one conversation that I had among other conversations that I shared with you, my conversation with Mayor Benji Magalong, na worried siya, like many other LGUs, on the scarce resources they have if they will now be put in that situation na, teka, may iwan pala kami. And that's what it appears to me. May iwan sila because, not because of our policy, but because of the direction being set by, not because of our policy, to be clear on that, dear sponsor, but the consequences of this bill if there's no further clarity by the national government. Thank you. I rest my case.
We understand her point, Mr. President, but that's not the intention here. The intention is to give the local governments who wish that choice to purchase. In fact, that's why it's the leagues of governors, the leagues of provinces, leagues of mayors who are pushing for this bill because they want that greater latitude. And we're not telling mayors to buy if they don't wish to buy. It's as simple as that, Mr. President.
Just as a point of information, and perhaps the resource persons through the sponsor may inform us if what we have gathered is correct. That first of all, Canada has not received any vaccine. They have ordered, but they have not received any. Number one. Number two, the local government units that have purchased will not be getting any until the third quarter. They're expecting it soon, but they're not going to get it. That's what the information that I have. It's the national government that will get it first. Is that correct, Mr. Sponsor?
I'm currently conferring with Secretary Galvez, Mr. President. He was saying that they have contracted for 6 times their population, and but they've only received to this date 1 million, less than 1 million doses, Mr. President.
Oh, so that's correct. They're not going to get all or they're not going to get their orders soon.
No.
Is that correct? The LGUs.
Our LGUs or the Canadian LGUs, Mr. President?
The Canada, wala pa. Talagang, wala
Opo.
pa.
Yung
Wala.
tinatanong niyo po is with the
That's
Philippines,
one.
no?
The other thing is the LGUs. The LGUs, they're not
Third
like
quarter yung set of
AstraZeneca.
LGUs according to Secretary Galvez, Mr. President. Third quarter dadating yung sa
Third
LGUs.
quarter, correct.
Opo.
Oh, they're expecting it now.
Opo.
They've been telling their constituents that they're receiving it soon. Especially the ones in Metro Manila. But
Well, hindi na natin
the
control yun, Mr.
constituents will be
President.
very disappointed, I
Opo.
assure you.
Hindi na
Because they're
natin
not
kontrolado
getting it.
yung sinasabi nila sa kanilang mga constituents, Mr.
Correct.
President.
We recognize Senator
Correct.
Villar, Mr. President. She's raising
Yes,
her hand. Thank you.
Senator Villar is recognized.
I just want to make a manifestation that the LGU's expectation, what will arrive first is the COVAX, not what they bought. Di ba meron tayong COVAX? Yun ang unang darating. And if you are an LGU na may frontliners ka, yun ang i-cover ng COVAX and the senior citizen, di ba?
That's correct.
Wala
That's
silang
correct, Mr. President.
expectation doon sa binili nila. Talagang sinabi sa kanila or late May, early June ang arrival. O walang nag-promise ahead. What will arrive would be the COVAX, yung dinonate sa atin ng World Health Organization for frontliners and senior citizen, di ba? Yun ang intindi. Wala silang misconception na dadating na yung binili nila.
No, the report that the resource person said is third quarter.
Third quarter is June. Third quarter is June, di ba?
No, that's the
June.
second quarter.
July po, July.
Oo.
July, third quarter. July and
Kasi
third
yung
quarter.
sinabi ng AstraZeneca, it's late May, early June.
Anyway, that's the problem of the local government officials who keep insisting that they will get it soon. All right, Mr. Sponsor, any other amendment or are you accepting the amendment of Senator Cayetano if there is one?
I don't think there was a formal amendment proposed, Mr. President.
So,
Yeah. I don't have a formal amendment. I'll just review it because as His Honor, the sponsor correctly pointed out, it's really the concern of the national government, but I'm really concerned with the messaging here. So let me see if I can find a place to put something. But more importantly is I will also, or let's deliver that message to the national government to make it very clear, that they will still be taking care of the LGUs and this should not be seen as this should not be used as a pressure point on the LGUs to order. Thank you.
all right. Senator Recto, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as I was reviewing the latest draft, I would like to propose an anterior amendment on page 3, line 23, amend workers in frontline services to healthcare workers, Mr. President.
Instead of workers in frontline services, you're replacing it with?
Healthcare workers. That was the intent of our amendment yesterday, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor
We
say?
accept, Mr. President.
Accepted. Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Then,
Okay.
Mr. President,
Anything else on page 3?
none. I would have something on section 5, Mr. President.
So let's go to page 4, Mr. Sponsor. If there is no other, you may proceed, Senator Recto.
Thank you. On section 5, procurement of COVID-19 vaccines by private
Mr.
entities.
President, may we recognize maybe there's an ulterior amendment by Senator Risa Ontiveros. She's raising her hand.
Senator Ontiveros. you're
Thank you,
recognized.
Mr. President. With apologies to the President, Senate President pro tempore. Yes, an anterior amendment, Mr. President, to page 3, lines 29 to 31. To read, to ensure transparency, good sponsor, to ensure transparency, the LGUs shall also submit a master list of the names and profiles of the residents in their respective localities who are eligible to receive the vaccine
Amendment.
to
It
the
was
That has
That
been
was-
amended,
that
Mr.
was
President.
amended
That's
already
already
by
been
Senator
amended by
Recto
Senator
earlier.
Recto's amendment earlier.
That is no
I
longer
see.
the paragraph.
I see, Mr. President.
The paragraph
Forgive me. All
already
right.
reads, Mr.
Well,
President,
yes,
for
Mr.
the
President.
benefit
Mr.
of
Sponsor.
Go
our
ahead,
members.
Mr. Sponsor, go ahead.
The
This is how,
paragraph already as amended by the body just a few minutes ago, Mr. President, reads, to ensure transparency, the LGU shall also submit to the DOH a master list of the names and profiles of the residents who were vaccinated under the COVID-19 vaccination program. That is the recto amendment which was carried by the body, Mr. President.
Thank you, good sponsor and Mr. President. Therefore, my proposed amendment to this last line would be simply to add the phrase subject to the provisions of the Data Privacy Act. Mr. President, good sponsor.
If that's okay with Senator Recto, I think we can accept that.
Yes, I have no objection, Mr. President.
We
Thank
accept,
you,
Mr. President. Yeah.
all right, any
President
objection?
Pro Tem. Thank you, good
Hearing
sponsor.
none, adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Senator Recto, you may
Thank you,
proceed.
Senator Risa, Senator Recto. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on page 4, line 1, after the word procurement, insert the words and administration.
We accept, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On line 8, after the word workers, insert a colon and a provision that reads as follows. Provided further that the chief medical officers of private entities shall be allowed to formulate their own vaccine recipient list and implement their own operational procedures if it will expedite and enhance the efficiency of the inoculation process and prevent the spoilage of vaccines.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, we're inclined to accept. This is a similar provision to that proposed by our good Senate President Pro Temp in the previous section. But again, we will counter with the DOH proposal to include the phrase in accordance with the national policies and procedures issued by DOH. So the provision will read, provided further that the chief medical officers of private entities shall be allowed to formulate their own vaccine recipient list and implement their own operational procedures in accordance with the national policies and procedures issued by the DOH if it will expedite and enhance the efficiency of the inoculation process and prevent the spoilage of vaccines.
I will accept, Mr. President, for the same reason as we agreed earlier that this will in effect give flexibility also for the private sector. So I will accept, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you to the Senate President Pro Temp, and we likewise accept his amendment as amended.
All right, any objection?
The minority leader is raising his hand, Mr. President.
Minority leader is recognized.
Not an objection, but request for clarification. How will the recto amendment be reconciled with the line on page 6, provided that priority in the inoculation shall be given to healthcare workers, senior citizens, economic frontliners, and essential workers? Just for the record, how will that work?
Yes, well, basically what we're saying here is it seems to be common sense that we first prioritize health workers, senior citizens, and in the case of the private sector, economic frontliners and essential workers. However, and that's why we have this proviso, that to ensure that we are able to expedite and enhance the efficiency of the inoculation process and prevent the spoilage of vaccines, that we are giving them the flexibility.
Yes, does that flexibility mean that they can disregard the prioritization that is found on line 7?
Not necessarily to disregard, but for, like I said earlier, for practical purposes. Halimbawa, Sinovac ang dumating na, like today, Sinovac ang dumating, ang priority healthcare workers, pero hindi pala pwede sa healthcare workers.
Well, okay, as I said, we have no objection.
Yes.
We have no objection. We just want
Correct.
to clarify for the record how
Yes.
the recto amendment will be read in relation to line 7. That's
Correct.
all.
Correct.
That's all that we're saying. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
It's not here.
All right, so
What if it doesn't come?
the sponsor, he adopted the.
We've
no,
already accepted, Mr. President.
Accepted.
So,
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
next,
Anything else
Mr.
on page 5?
Yeah, I think Senator Gordon has an amendment. Is he online, Mr. President, to propound his amendment?
Majority Leader,
Okay na to. Okay.
Senator Gordon.
I can read it for him if he's not here, Mr. President. Oh, he's there, yeah.
All right.
Senator Gordon,
you're
Senator
recognized.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Mr. President. On page 4, on section 5, I just wanted to add 2 paragraphs, Mr. President, if I may. After the first paragraph, which included, I suppose, the recto amendment already, we just add, with respect to international humanitarian organizations, such as the Red Cross movement, particularly the Philippine Red Cross, the Voluntary Independent and Autonomous Non-Governmental Society auxiliary to the authorities of the Republic of the Philippines in the humanitarian field, as set forth in Republic Act number 10072, known as the Philippine Red Cross Act of 2009, may procure COVID-19 vaccines, provided that the vaccines procured shall be for the use of individuals consistent with the priority list set, wherein for every 1 vaccine bought, 1 vaccine shall be donated to the vulnerable and indigent. And then one more paragraph, the DOH, NTF, LGUs, and private entities procuring COVID-19 vaccines may partner with the Philippine Red Cross in the administration or distribution and inoculation of the vaccines, Mr. President. This is really just consistent with the act of the Red Cross that we always involve ourselves with inoculation and at the same time, as in measles, and at the same time, it's just to ensure, because we had also talked with some companies that are providing for the vaccine. Yesterday I was in touch with the IFRC, and they were even suggesting an Indian vaccine, that in case we're able to do that, we will do so within the system of the DOH. We will not go out of the system, but we just want to make sure that it is clarified.
We accept, Mr. President.
Accepted. Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Honorable Sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gordon.
Thank you. What about you?
Anything else on page 5? Anything, Mr. Sponsor? We go to page 6. Oh, no, I'm sorry, to page 5. We go to page 5.
Mr. President, there's an anterior amendment requested on page 4, line 31.
All right, go ahead.
To delete the phrase waiver of. This is using the new draft.
What?
On page 4, line 31.
Waiver
Mr.
of
President.
that the authority granted to the, that will be the line.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Any objection?
Yun lang.
Here is none. Adopted.
I think we can move to page 6 if our
Page
colleagues have no
5,
more
page 6.
amendments.
The minority leader.
Yes,
Minority leader?
page 5.
Go ahead.
Yes. We, subject to style, we propose to delete the phrase, the Secretary of Health shall provide guidelines declaring a covered person to be immune. I'm sorry, the Secretary of Health, yeah. I'm
We're on
sorry.
page 6, Mr. President. I cannot see what the minority leader is reading.
Page 6? Is that
No,
page 6,
page
minority leader?
5. Page 5,
On page
sir.
5.
Page 5, okay.
Page
What line?
5. On lines 4 to on page 4, line. Can I have 1 minute suspension, Mr. President? Oh my God.
Session suspended. Resume.
What else do we introduce?
Minority leader.
On page 5, we propose to delete on the entire line 4, which reads, the Secretary of Health shall provide guidelines declaring a person B. In lieu thereof, insert the following phrase: public officials and employees, contractors, manufacturers, and volunteers who are duly authorized to carry out and actually carrying out the COVID-19 vaccination program shall be, and then continue with the rest. The amendment would remove from the Secretary of Health the authority to issue guidelines as to who would be covered persons who will be immune from liability. The reason is based on law, Mr. President. Damages arising, damages as a result, or whatever liability that results from the administration of the vaccine is based on tort under the Civil Code. If a person is guilty, is guilty of gross negligence, etc., by law that person is liable, and the Secretary of Health cannot be authorized to remove that person by issuing guidelines. Let me repeat. Suppose let's say just theoretically, a provincial hospital director is negligent in the administration of the vaccine, but the Secretary of Health says, for whatever reason, theoretically, provincial hospital directors are not covered persons. That would be an undue delegation and a usurpation of the authority of Congress by law to declare who should be liable. And therefore, it cannot be administratively delegated as to who will be liable to the Secretary of Health. Our proposal is to put directly in the law who are covered persons. And we can debate by law who are covered persons, but do not delegate that authority to the Secretary of Health. I think it will be an undue delegation of legislative power. That's our proposal, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'm trying to understand the amendment of the minority leader because it was just given now. In the case, for example, in the example he sets regarding the hospital administrator in the province, the DOH definitely cannot, we agree with him, cannot provide that in the guidelines that person would be immune should he be negligent. And in fact, the provision as drafted reads, notwithstanding any law to the contrary, the Secretary of Health shall provide guidelines, so on and so forth, except arising from willful misconduct and gross negligence. So definitely the law already sets that baseline, Mr. President. If the liability is based on a negligent or a willful act, then there is no way the Secretary can formulate guidelines. And he's correct, the minority leader is correct. That would be ultra vires, Mr. President. And a court of law would say that if it were brought before them in a proper case or controversy, Mr. President. Yeah.
Mr. President, if you read carefully lines 3 and 4, my conclusion would have a basis because it says, notwithstanding any law to the contrary, the Secretary of Health shall provide guidelines declaring a covered person to be immune.
We can remove that. We can remove that phrase, notwithstanding any law to the contrary, if that's what bothers the minority leader, Mr. President.
Okay, in other words, you can imply here, notwithstanding the law on damages under the Civil Code, the Secretary of Health.
Let's remove that phrase, if that's the case, Mr. President, to remove any vagueness or uncertainty or ambiguity, Mr. President. We can remove that phrase, notwithstanding any law to the contrary. So definitely the Secretary of Health has no choice, but he has to abide what we have provided in this provision, Mr. President.
No,
Mr. President.
Limited
by that.
No, Mr. President. It says the Secretary of Health shall provide guidelines declaring a covered person to be immune from suit. You are giving authority to the Secretary of Health to declare a covered person to be immune from suit and liability under Philippine law.
Yes, in like 8 to 10, di ba? Sufficient.
That
The
to me,
sufficient standard for delegation, the requirement is a sufficient standard, Mr. President. And if you read the rest of the provision, lines 8 to 10 say who the covered persons are. The Secretary of Health cannot just conjure up any Pedro or Juan from the public and say this guy is immune. He cannot do that. That person must be a public officer, an employee, a contractor, a volunteer, or a representative of a duly authorized private entity.
Mr. President, suppose the covered person is guilty of negligence or is guilty of gross negligence or willful misconduct. Can the Secretary of Health exclude that person from liability?
No, that is the import of line 7 to 8, Mr. President, except arising from willful misconduct and gross negligence, which was his amendment to include gross negligence, because originally the provision only provided for willful misconduct, and that was a very good amendment, I feel.
Okay,
To satisfy the minority leader, perhaps we can remove that, notwithstanding any law to the contrary.
Yes, so there's no ambiguity, Mr. President. We're willing to remove that.
Para malino na kagad. Ano? What does
so
Senator Pimentel say? You were standing up, Senator Pimentel.
Hindi ko makuha yung point ko sa suit and liability.
No, Mr. President, I was going to point out the last sentence of Section 8, which needs to be styled. At any rate, to contribute to the discussion, I think the declaration to be immune will come before any act committed by the covered person. So we will not know if he is really immune or not, because if he commits a misconduct which is deemed willful or is grossly negligent, then he is taken out of the coverage. So that's another problem, Mr. President. There will be a declaration, kayo immune from suit. Pero may nangyari. May suit pa rin.
Yes, pero the line 7 includes except arising from.
I think the point of Senator Pimentel is that the rule should be ahead, and he's saying we should start the provision with who are immune from suit. I think that's what you're saying. And then so you're saying the second sentence should be first. So I think that's what you're saying, Mr. President.
So we are back to the point of the minority leader about the delegation, Mr. President. If I get the point of the minority leader, I think he's also questioning the delegation, administrative delegation. So that's I heard him say words like that. That is the legislative determination. So we determine who are immune from suit, plus
we can just reverse it if that's your wish, Mr. President.
Why they are immune from suit.
Yeah, we're open to that if Senator Pimentel wishes to restyle the provision, Mr. President.
Yung last three lines, ipalit mo na sa covered person. The Secretary of Health shall provide guidelines declaring
line 10
covered persons, including public officers, o wala na yung covered persons, public officers, employees, contractors, volunteers, representatives, duly carrying out the organization program. Tapos, except arising from willful misconduct. Pwedeng ganun.
Mr. President, maybe we park this for a while and then we redraft it along with the offices of Senator Drilon and Senator Pimentel.
All right.
Because Senator Pimentel is saying the rule should come first. So the provision would read something like public officers, their employees, contractors, volunteers, and representatives, so forth, shall be immune from suit. That's the first sentence. Something to that effect.
Yeah.
And then the Secretary of Health shall provide guidelines declaring these covered persons to be blah, blah, blah under Philippine law except arising from willful. Something like that. Is that if that's all right with the minority leader? Yeah.
Go ahead, Senator Dillon.
I cannot understand the insistence on giving the Secretary of Health the authority to issue guidelines as to I really cannot understand it, because that is a determination of the courts of our judicial system. Even if he is not a covered person, if he committed some negligent act which contributed to the liability, then he should be liable. The reason why I'm raising this issue is I am not clear what is the policy consideration in granting to the Secretary of Health the power to issue guidelines as to declaring a covered person to be immune. Honestly, sir, I see that I strongly and respectfully submit that this is a judicial determination based on the evidence presented. You cannot in advance say that the Secretary of Health is given that authority. He issues a guideline which in effect defines the liability of persons, which to me is not consistent with what we understand to be proper delegation of powers of the legislative branch. So again, please, Mr. Sponsor, can we spread into the record why the Secretary of Health is given this authority in the first place?
I'm currently conferring with what would you like from me, Mr. Minority Leader, distinguished Minority Leader?
I could not understand the policy decision behind granting the Secretary of Health the power to provide guidelines declaring covered persons to be immune from suit or liability.
This is what the Undersecretary of Finance has written. Guidelines issued by the SOH or Secretary of Health should declare that certain people, example person X, are immune from suit and liability. If the Secretary of Health is not authorized to declare people immune from suit, any person who is sued will not have any colorable right to immunity, and courts will need to decide whether said person is covered by the said provisions before persons can claim their immunity. So he's saying there may arise questions that will be decided by the court, and that's an inevitable consequence of the amendment, and if we accept that, that's fine with me, Mr. President.
Well, in effect, if you allow the Secretary of Health to define who can be sued, to me, that's a right of every person to go to court where if he feels aggrieved. But if we define that that person cannot go to court if the Secretary of Health has determined that that person is, or that official is immune from suit, to me that's not correct. That's why we are suggesting. That's why we are suggesting that Mr. President, that covered persons shall be immune from suit unless it is because of willful misconduct or gross negligence, so that we do not have to leave to the Secretary of Health the immunity from suit, but we declare it in the law that they are immune from suit unless it is for gross negligence or willful misconduct. I do not want to leave to the Secretary of Health that authority to say that, because he has done the authority to say that Mr. X cannot be sued. We say that in the law. We should say that in the law that Mr. X cannot be sued unless it is for gross negligence or willful misconduct.
Could the Minority Leader repeat his proposed amendment, Mr. President?
My proposed amendment is to delete the phrase the Secretary of Health, on line 4, the Secretary of Health shall provide guidelines declaring a COVID person, and then in lieu thereof, insert the phrase, public officials and employees, contractors, manufacturers, and volunteers who are duly authorized to carry out actually carrying out COVID-19 vaccination programs shall be immune from suits. In other words, we declare that they're immune from suits unless the suit is based on gross negligence or willful misconduct. As a matter of principle, I would have very serious reservation about granting that or delegating that authority to the Secretary of Health. We should do it in the law and exercise our power to provide for that.
Well, the law as phrased currently, Mr. President, is quite vague. I mean, it's general. So contractors, so the possible effect of the amendment would be to throw this all to the courts, and there may be lawsuits later on. But could the minority leader read the section in its entirety as amended, as he wishes? So we will know how it will read, Mr. President.
Notwithstanding any law to the contrary, public officials and employees, contractors, manufacturers, and volunteers who are duly authorized to carry out and are actually carrying out COVID-19 vaccination program shall be immune from suit and liability under Philippine laws with respect to all claims arising out of or related to or resulting from the administration and use of COVID-19 vaccines under the COVID-19 vaccination program, except for arising from willful misconduct and gross negligence.
Accept ko na. Accept. Ano? Yeah. That's what will happen. Yeah, we accept, Mr. President.
Accepted. Any objection? Adopted. All right. Again, page 6. You move on to page 6. Senator Villar, you're recognized.
Leader did not reach representative of duly authorized private entities. I just want to hear the exact complete to make sure that it is there. Kasi he forgot to read that. Can you rephrase the section 8 or read section 8 as it will appear? Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator, the minority leader, Senator Villar is requesting that you read your amendment.
No, because I want the Senator Angara to read the actual section 8 para to make sure that it is
Section 8,
President.
how Section 8 will appear now.
No, but he,
Senator Vergara, the request of Senator Villar is that you read the entirety of Section 8 as it appears now.
I will read it, Mr. President.
All right, minority leader, go ahead.
Okay.
All right, I will read it. Notwithstanding Section 8, period, immunity from liability, period, notwithstanding any law to the contrary, comma, public officials and employees, contractors, manufacturers, volunteers, and representatives of duly authorized private entities who are duly authorized to carry out and are actually carrying out the COVID-19 vaccination program shall be immune from suit and liability under Philippine laws with respect to all claims arising out of, comma, related to, comma, or resulting from the administration or use of COVID-19 vaccine under COVID-19 vaccination program, except arising from willful misconduct and gross negligence.
Thank you. It's okay. Thank you, Mr. Minority Floor Leader.
All right, let's move on to page 6.
Where the,
Sponsor.
Where are the, yeah, 1 second, Mr. President. We're trying to indemnity na tayo. Mr. President, we now go to section 10 on page 5. That's line 18.
Still page 5. All
Yeah.
right, go ahead.
I understand. I would like to confer with our Senate President Pro Tem, Senator Recto, if he's all right. Yes, I think he's raising his hand, Mr. President. Yeah.
Okay, Senator Rector, you're recognized.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. The sponsor may propose the amendment.
Yes. Okay, Mr. President, I'll read I understand we've run this by Senator Recto, who made the proposal, but he's amenable to a compromise proposal as follows, Mr. President. Section 10, COVID-19 National Vaccine Indemnity Fund. The COVID-19 National Vaccine Indemnity Fund, which shall be administered by the PhilHealth, is hereby established as a trust fund to compensate any person inoculated through the COVID-19 vaccination program in case of death, permanent disability, or hospital confinement for any SAEs. Provided that in case of death and permanent disability, PhilHealth is hereby authorized to pay compensation from the indemnity fund. The amount of 500 million pesos is hereby authorized to augment the funds of PhilHealth for this purpose, which shall be sourced from the contingent fund as provided under Republic Act number 11518 or the General Appropriations Act of 2021. The indemnity fund shall be valid and available for release and disbursement until terminated by the President of the Philippines based on the recommendation of the Permanent Committee, which was created under Executive Order number 292 series of 1987, that the purpose for which it has been established has been fulfilled. The Permanent Committee shall also determine the amount that shall revert to the National Treasury upon its termination. The PhilHealth, in consultation with the DOH, the Department of Finance, the Department of Budget and Management, and the NTF, shall issue the necessary guidelines for the planning, administration, and monitoring of the utilization of the fund, including the determination of its sufficiency. That is the draft, Mr. President, for the body's approval. If it's all right with Senator Recto, if it conforms to what he wanted earlier.
Mr. President, I have no objection to the proposed amendment of the committee chair. I just like to manifest that my preference would have been to separate the medical expenses that should be administered by the PhilHealth based on its charter and its capability, and for the DOH to take care of death or injury of an SAE. But I've already made that manifestation, and I do not have any objection from the sponsors for the amendment of the sponsor. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you to our Senate President Pro Tem. Thank you.
So any objection to the amendment of the sponsor? There is none. Adopted. Can we move on now to page 6?
Yes, Mr. President. This is the vaccine card. So we'd ask the pleasure of the body, especially Senator Pimentel, Senator Cayetano, Senator Poe, Senator Villa, who are some of the authors of that vaccine passport bill, Your Honor.
So the Senator Pimentel is recognized.
Senator Joel also, I think, has some...
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me start by thanking the sponsor for overhauling the section and abandoning the concept of a COVID-19 vaccine passport. So we are now replacing it with a card. But I can see some internal inconsistency with the Section 12 as currently written. So for clarification before I propose amendments, may I ask if is the plan to issue a digital card or a physical card? Because if we read the first paragraph, the impression is it's a physical card. And then second paragraph, there's a sentence, the issuance of a vaccine card is intended to be digital, comma, but biglang cambio, it can be printed. So may we know, sir, Mr. Sponsor, what do we really plan, digital or printed?
I think the provision says that it's intended to be digital, but it can be accessible. So if someone wants to access a printed copy, he can. I think that's the intention here.
Because the first paragraph the DOH shall issue a vaccine card, and then the next sentence, the DOH may delegate the processing and issuance of vaccine cards to the LGUs and private entities. The impression is that we really give out a printed card, which I agree. I agree with the idea, Mr. President, that the person vaccinated must be given a record, something he can hold on to, because not all of us are digital or tech savvy or have smartphones. So is it possible that that could be accommodated, Mr. Sponsor? That
yeah, we're open to any possible.
It's a dual system. Like I think the Secretary of Health is here. So when a person gets vaccinated right now, not COVID, a different vaccine, that person is given some sort of a record, a printed record. Not expensive, right? It's not a credit card type of card, but
I don't think so, Mr. President. When I go to my, I also have a vaccine when I go to my my child's doctor. Actually, like the pneumonia, I don't get any card, but there's a record with my doctor. Yeah. So, but I think for children, it's become a practice. I don't know if there's an actual law which mandates it, but it's a normal practice. You're correct, Mr. President. Yeah.
Can we ask the Secretary, sir, if there is a law or a regulation?
Is there a law requiring? No law, Your Honor.
Okay, but in the case of COVID-19, I think the person vaccinated should not be forced to rely on memory on the brand of the vaccine that he got, the first dose, because paano kung magkamali siya kung nalito siya, Sinovac, Sinopharm, nakakalito din yun. Di ba? So,
Mr. President,
the person has to have a record. So,
Senator Cayetano is raising her hand. Would you allow it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Senator Cayetano, you recognize.
Thank you to the two gentlemen. Part of what His Honor Senator Pimentel was reading was culled from my bill. So may I just explain the objective here? And because I don't believe it's changed. So originally, the way we word it is that DOH will issue a vaccine passport. That was my concept. However, there were amendments, and I think this particular amendment was Senator Pangilinan's, wherein he pointed out, and I think Senator Ralph also echoed the same concern, that LGUs should be empowered. In fact, it's really in their hands. So the concept of LGUs also being able to issue their own card came up. But now, Senator Pimentel raises an interesting point, because if it's meant to be digital, then there has to be some kind of centralization, which my bill also included, that it would be centralized with DOH. But we need to ask the technical experts how we can ensure that this happens, because you do need a central repository. That is what DOH requires. So when we add all these concepts, we just have to be sure that it can really be implemented as we all envision, that DOH has the data that they need, and yet LGUs, because they'll be implementing it, what, do they initiate it? I don't really know how this will now roll out. I think we need more clarity on that, because again, we might just be postponing a problem if it's not very clear to us how this will be rolled out. And another point that I'd like to clarify, His Honor Senator Pimentel correctly pointed out about the passport, a paper, a document that the vaccinated person may hold on to, and Senator the sponsor clarified about if there is a law requiring such a immunization passport. That was also in my original bill, but because it's just parts of that bill that were carried here, then that portion on, I had a provision there that said that DOH may use this or may use this same passport for the record of other immunization. That was not carried here because parang irrelevant na yan for a very specific COVID passport. So I echo the concern of Senator Pimentel that it ends up a little bit confusing, and maybe we need some technical assistance to ensure that it can be rolled out as we want. DOH centralized and yet allowing the LGUs to have their own, but with the individual having a printed hard copy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. But the concern of Senator Cayetano for a central database, I think, is found on page 7, line 2, starting on line 2.
Yep.
Ma'am, okay, if you can take a look at that. So, okay, so Mrs. Sponsor, the printed card does not have to be the expensive type. I mean, it can be paper or made of paper, Mrs. Sponsor. Because actually,
it's the very general. Again, it says printed cards, so that's something for the execution of the law, the implementation of the law. Unless you want to specify the paper weight and the and the size of the card. I think that's something specific enough for that can be carried out by our administrative officials, executive officials.
For as long as the cheapest possible system is chosen by the DOH, that's all right. Because I worry about 70 million cards times 50 pesos. It's all of a sudden a billion peso in industry or business, di ba? So gawin po natin mura ito. So now to specific amendments, Mr. President. On the contents of the vaccine card, page 6, lines 22 to 23, which is paragraph E, about RT-PCR testing.
That's a Gordon amendment, Your Honor.
That's a Gordon amendment?
Yeah, made yesterday, Mr. President, on the floor.
My proposal is to delete. My proposal is to delete it, Mr. President, because
Why? Why? We know why you want to delete letter E.
Well, he's not online if it's worth anything, Mr. President.
What would be the value of? This is the test. This is the test for whether the person.
Well, if there was no objection from the DOH, Mr. President, for the inclusion of that information.
So the card issuer will be aware of this information. How will that be? Won't that be too much work for the card issuer? Where will he get the information, Mr. President?
Well, it says if applicable, Mr. President. So
it must be volunteered. The information will be volunteered by the person inoculated.
I suppose, Mr. President, because if the person has not been tested, then there's nothing to put there in the card.
No, even if tested, Mr. President. But it must be volunteered by the person.
I think common sense would dictate if he does not furnish that information, and if the DOH doesn't have that information, it will not be in the card, Mr. President.
So, what is the purpose of knowing the?
I cannot read the mind of Senator Gordon, Your Honor. But it was something he proposed. The DOH did not object to it. We accepted it, Mr. President. The purpose, I would, if I may try to surmise, is it just adds to the level of safety or security of the person who is using that card for whatever transaction, whether it's for mobility, then at least, itong taong ito, bukod sa nagpa-vaccinate, na-test na rin. So, di ba? It's just another layer of security, if applicable, Mr. President.
Is if applicable, does that mean if available? Is if the information is available? Is that it? Or
If applicable is if he has been tested, I think that's the import of the word, Mr. President.
anyway, but in my opinion, a negative test result actually is one of the more useless information that you can get, because actually you can already be positive by the time you get the negative test result.
Yes, that's true. That's a good point, Mr. President. But one of our colleagues wanted to include that information, so that's why
Yes,
it's there.
sir. Yes, sir. So how about so I will withdraw my motion to delete that lines 22 to 23. So
If you don't mind, the Senate President Pro Tempore would like to interject.
Yes, sir. Yeah, just very
No
briefly,
problem,
with
Your
the
Honor.
permission of the two gentlemen, no? I was able to get a copy of a card in the US. Can we present this in the screen? Kasi it is very simple, ah. Okay. Mitch, can we present that in the screen? Well, I hope you can see it.
Basta for the record lang.
Just for the record, so that we understand what we're talking about.
Yes, you are sharing content. Go ahead.
Yes, we're sharing content. Cristel, wala pa. You might have to pull this down.
Yes, sir. Sharing na po.
Be careful what you're sharing. If it's the computer of the Senate President Pro Tempore.
Oh, very dangerous.
This is a card issued in Virginia in the US. It is very simple, Mr. President.
Virginia is
Virginia.
is that what attracted the Senate President Pro Tempore to
This
the
is
card?
it. This is it. Oh, this is it. So it's very basic information. You took your name of the person, date of birth, lot number, ito Pfizer, first dose, second dose, what were the dates, healthcare professional or clinic site. It's as simple as that. Ito recommended by the CDC. Now you could have this as a card or digital.
Thank you for sharing that.
That's correct, Mr.
I
President.
just wanted to share that for us to understand the practical purpose of this card. Yes, thank you very much.
Very
Mr.
useful. Thank you, Senate President Pro Tem. There's no picture of the ID holder, Mr. President. There's no picture that why it was chosen by Senator Recto.
It was just sent to me, Mr. President. But after the session, the
Senator Gordon is there. Perhaps you wish to, Mr. President, perhaps the chair has no interest in this amendment. It's solely an amendment of Senator Gordon, but the body carried it, so perhaps they could dialogue with
Senator Gordon, you are recognized.
Okay, look.
Well, if we have approved it, why are we going back to it again? I mean, it's just like a rubber band.
Well, because there is a member of the Senate who is questioning the amendment.
I'm withdrawing, Mr. President. No.
Oh, yeah, he is withdrawing.
I'm withdrawing. So
Okay.
anyway, if applicable means also if available. So let's if that is also if applicable means if he had the test, but also if the information is available or volunteered by the person. So how about lines 24 to 25, Mr. President? It's like a duplication of letter D.
Yes, yes.
So-
You're right.
Letter D and letter F are the same, yes?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you for pointing it out. We will delete the subsequent
Delete letter F.
and renumber
Yes,
our
sir.
letter
Any
accordingly.
objection?
Thank you.
Hearing
Thank you
none,
for
adopted.
pointing that out, Your Honor.
All right.
Mr. President, may we recognize our minority floor leader? He wants to be recognized.
Go ahead, the
Sige, dito ka lang.
minority leader.
Yes, on 9/17, why do we have to indicate the batch number and other identifier of the COVID-19 vaccine? Why can, a batch, I don't know if the batch number is easily available. You may have to research on that. I don't know. And I do not know what's advantage if we just say manufacturer and brand name or other identifier of the COVID-19 vaccine.
I think it is to prevent any fake vaccines.
Okay.
This will ensure that
Yeah.
it comes from the manufacturer. Is that
Mr.
right,
President?
Mr. Sponsor? Go ahead.
I was told by the FDA head it's for traceability, just in case something
That's
goes
it.
wrong.
Yes.
They can trace the batch and they can do further investigation, Mr. President.
Okay, Mr. President, thank you.
Majority Leader,
Yes, sir.
Senator Cayetano
Ah.
who wishes to be recognized. Senator Cayetano, go ahead.
Thank you. That's my provision, Mr. President. Obviously, the FDA gave the right response. But the other reason there also is, the other thing I wanted to point out, aside from traceability and to determine if it's fake, is that was also the reason why the intention was for it to be digitalized and centralized, because in the early days of my conversations with logistic experts, these are encoded automatically. So like there's like a barcode. It could even be, it's basically a barcode that doesn't even have to be manually inputted, because that barcode is just copied. Can you imagine, they explained to me, if there's one number that is wrong there, that it could mess up the whole system, and that's what happens when it's not digitalized. So I don't think it's something we can resolve right away. I just want to spread it into the record that's the difference with digitalized. And when I say digitalized, it also includes that you are not manually encoding. All straight from the supplier, international logistic firms straight from the supplier receive those codes, those batch numbers, and it just automatically is pasted there. It's not a copy paste thing, because it can really mess up the system if there's one digit that's wrong. Might be too complex for what we want to do. We might want to stick with the simple card that Senator Recto showed us, but just to spread that into the record. Thank you.
All right. Anything else on page 6?
Okay. Anything else?
If none,
No more, Mr. President.
We go to page 7.
Yes, Mr. President, on page 7,
Senator Pimentel, go ahead.
the lines 3 and 4, page 7, the proviso, starting with provided further, that the LGUs shall recognize and accept vaccine cards validly issued by the LGUs. This is not in the original.
Yeah, that was made on the floor. I'm trying to recall
Yes, sir.
who made it, Mr. President.
And
Senator Tolentino is claiming that it is his, Mr. President,
So-
but it doesn't sound so convinced.
so my that's why, because if it's needed, that therefore we are putting again some value on the vaccine card. So we are back to some concept embodied in the vaccine passport concept, Mr. President. So why should an LGU need to look at the vaccine card issued by another LGU and then be forced to accept it or recognize it? What is the purpose, Mr. President? So we might be going back to the passport concept that, that this card is needed for mobility. This card is needed for any some benefit.
Mr. President, I think the question of the bar top notcher should be answered by another bar top notcher or claimed bar top notcher. That's Senator Tolentino, who claims he would have topped the bar if his examiner missed to check one of his questions in labor law, Mr. President.
Or you may be pertaining to a different bar.
Same, different year, Mr. President, but same bar.
Mr. President, I envision an opening of the economy based on local transactions, which would entail interconnectivity and travel between LGUs. Yesterday, Mr. President, it was announced in the media that Cebu, the province of Cebu, would be opening sans any requirement. No PCR test, antigen test, no test whatsoever. But if you will recall, Mr. President, in the earliest month of the pandemic, an LGU of Cebu issued the biggest lockdown ID as big as a bond paper. I have the picture. It's hung in the neck of the health workers and all barangay workers, as big as this.
The license plate of Senator.
So the purpose there was to really show that these people are allowed to travel. These people are allowed to go into their normal business. The purpose of having LGUs do the digitalization is to decentralize the records, so to speak, Mr. President. They will be having the vaccines, they will be having the records, and they will be having the files, Mr. President. That's the sole purpose, Mr. President. But going further, Mr. President, I will be having an amendment in relation to what the good gentleman from Cagayan de Oro implied a while ago, Mr. President.
Because the purpose of the vaccine card actually is just for recording. So any hint or any provision which gives us the impression that it is needed for something other than a mere record of the vaccination, if we can possibly take it out from the law, yes, avoid and take it out. So this was not in the original passport provision. Now that we have abandoned the concept of a passport, make it a mere record in the form of a card. So may I request my good friend who always thinks like me, my like-minded friend.
That's why I transferred my seat, Mr. President. The purpose here, Mr. President, is really to have a very accurate. No, because Mr. President, for the record, I added that amendment in the files of Senator Pimentel. It's written there, which Senator Pimentel.
It's here on the February clean copy of February 22.
But your draft copy yesterday, I wrote it down there. That exact provision. Provision.
May I request the proponent to
No. It's
reconsider?
apparently, with all due respect, it came from PIA, I was told. But I also wrote that. But I will be defending that if that's because it's germane to, Mr. President, it's germane to my succeeding amendment. Hindi, sinulat na if I
propose it on the floor.
So, Mr. President,
misappropriation of amendment here.
no, Mr. President.
A minute suspension, Mr. President, to clarify.
Session suspended.
Tsaka mahalaga ito.
Damage and
Senator Pimentel, you had the floor before the break.
Yes, Mr. President. I move that we, on page 7, lines 3 to 4, we delete the last proviso, starting with provided further, all the way to LGU's period, Mr. President.
Is this the Tolentino authored amendment, Mr. President? I'm just
No.
kidding. I'm just kidding.
No, sir.
I'm just kidding.
Then, therefore, there will be a period after vaccinations.
Yes, sir. That would be the
Mr.
effect as of
President.
the moment.
There are
All right.
colleagues of ours who are raising
What
their
does
hands, Senator Cayetano and Senator Grace po. May we just hear from them, Mr. President?
Senator Cayetano, who
And
goes
Senator
first,
Grace
Mr.
po.
Majority Leader?
As I heard, saw Senator Grace would like Senator Grace afterwards, Senator Cayetano.
All right, Senator Grace po is recognized.
Okay, there. Thank you. Actually, Senator Pimentel has skipped a few lines. I have a suggestion for the wording of the card that might be a little bit more palatable to some who are averse to it. On the vaccine card provision under Section 12 of the page 7, line 3, after the word vaccinations, add a new line which reads, and mandate a uniform format for the vaccine card, which shall be updated accordingly to always conform with globally accepted standards as prescribed by the World Health Organization. So in short, wala pa naman kasi. Pero eventually, pag meron ng standard, hindi na kailangan bumalik pa to discuss and have another law just to update it. It's open formatted right now. Just a uniform card, or if you don't want to call it a card, just a record, which will be updated pag meron ng globally accepted standard. Kasi baka mapag-iwanan naman tayo pag sinabi, ito na yung kailangan na form. We will have to amend the law, or at least this is already open-ended. That's my suggestion, Mr. President.
What does Senator Pimentel say?
We can proceed. That can proceed independently, Mr. President. My amendment is a deletion,
Deletion muna, no?
and then the amendment of Senator Poe is additional sentence.
All right, so let's act on the motion first of Senator Pimentel. Any objection to the deletion of line 3 and 4? Hearing none? Adopted. All right, the Senator Poe, you can put that into a motion if you wish.
Okay. So now, again, if I may read it, page 7, line 3, after the word vaccination, add the lines and mandate a uniform format for the vaccine card, which shall be updated accordingly to always conform with globally accepted standards as prescribed by the World Health Organization.
What does the sponsor say?
Mr. President, we're inclined to accept, but we were told by DOH if this is amenable to to Senator Poe, the proponent of the amendment, to just remove the phrase at the end as prescribed by the World Health Organization, because according to the DOH, the WHO does not have standards for vaccine cards. So it would end, the amendment would end with the word globally accepted standards, and we would accept that, Mr. President.
I think that's a better amendment.
All right.
We accept, Mr. President. Yeah. We
Accepted.
accept.
Any objection?
As amended, Mr. President.
As amended. Hearing none. Adopted. As amended. Senator
Okay ka na?
Majority Leader, Senator Cayetano and Senator Pangilinan.
Yes, Senator Cayetano was after Senator Poe, and then afterwards Senator Kiko.
Senator Cayetano, go ahead.
I may have an amendment to the amendment, but can I just ask that it be read again to me so I can make the proper amendment, if ever?
Oh, amendment to the amendment.
says,
the amendment. Mr. President, the one of Senator Poe, it would read, the provision would thus read, provided that the DOH shall maintain a central database of vaccinations and mandate a uniform format for the vaccine card, which shall be updated accordingly to always conform with globally accepted standards, period.
Okay, this is, before I make the formal amendment, I'd like to ask the sponsor, I'll read it and ask the sponsor if it is still consistent with his desires and the desire also of Senator Pimentel, and of course the proponent of this amendment, Senator Grace, no? So I would insert, so the wording of Senator Grace is, and mandate a uniform format for the vaccine card. And then I insert, the contents of which shall be updated according to whatever globally accepted standards. And the reason for that, the reason why I said contents, is because when you refer to format, that's really form. The content is what we're talking about. So, but the form, of course, yes.
Inserting the contents between card and which?
Yes, the contents
of.
Yes.
Yes.
No problem, Your Honor. We accept, Your Honor.
Accepted.
If it's all right with, if it's all right with Senator Poe.
Yes, all right. Any objections? Hearing none, adopted. Right, still on page 7.
Mr. President.
Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Yes, Mr. President, just an anterior amendment on the same page, with due respect to Senator Pangilinan. On page 7, line 3, after the word vaccination, remove the period and replace it with a colon and add, provided further, comma, that LGU issued cards shall not be considered as an additional mandatory requirement for educational, comma, employment, and other similar government transaction purposes.
Sandali lang. That is now how that is not how it looks anymore.
No, Mr.
After vaccinations.
Yes.
Is that before the Poe amendment or after the Poe amendment?
After vaccinations, Mr. President. That's before.
After vaccinations, it now reads as and mandate a uniform format for the vaccine card, etc., etc. Perhaps if what you want to put in is not in that place, you will have probably afterwards.
Dulong-dulong, Mr. President.
Mr. President, that would be online at the present line 14. My
14.
Yes, I don't have a new copy, Mr. President. After the revised penal code, Mr. President.
So line 14, not line 3. All right. What does the sponsor say?
I think, Mr. President, the more appropriate place is after the Poe amendment, Your Honor. So again, we'll repeat, the Poe amendment would end with the word globally accepted standards, period, then provided further the Tolentino amendment, Mr. President.
Provided finally.
Or finally, yes.
Provided finally.
Further pala yung pinanggalingan. Inalis pala yun eh.
We remove provided.
We removed the further already, Mr. President.
Provided further.
Yes, Mr. President.
Oh, and then
the Tolentino amendment.
Go ahead.
As he
Yes,
accepted.
we accept, Mr. President.
All right. Any objection?
It has been pre-cleared by Senators Joel and Coco.
Hearing none,
Mr.
adopted.
President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Pangilinan is
Hindi talaga sinabi.
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a clarification. Thank you, Mr. President. Just a clarification on the Poe amendment, which provides for a mandated and uniform vaccine card. Just to clarify, because this was earlier raised by Senator Coco Pimentel, that this is 70 million cards, and this is not to be an expensive money-making scheme that some may take advantage of. It's just a simple card. It's uniform. It does not have to be an expensive card. I'm afraid baka pagka-interesan ng kung sino-sino dyan at dahil uniform at mandated, kinakailangan isang source lang manggagaling itong card na ito at isa lang ang supplier. Just for the record, Mr. President, we wanted that manifested. We support this amendment, Mr. President, but our intention, I'd like to think in the Senate, is that we are not out to have a money-making scheme for anyone, who might want to take advantage of 70 million vaccine cards, Mr. President, that has to be uniform and mandated.
We agree, Mr. President. We agree with
Yes,
Senator Pangilinan.
we concur. The sponsor also concurs in the station of Senator Pangilinan.
Thank you,
Yes,
Mr.
so,
Thank you, Your Honor.
amendments on page 7.
Senator Pimentel is raising his.
Mr. President,
Senator Pimentel, swear
just a styling, actually, a styling amendment to the Tolentino amendment. I think Senator Tolentino used the phrase that LGU issued cards. Can we, the proposed amendment is to replace LGU issued with the phrase the vaccine cards. So that the vaccine cards shall not be
Okay, sir.
considered. Yes, sir. Just
we-
to make
yes.
it more general, Sir Joel.
We accept, Mr. President, and Senator Tolentino succeeded as well.
Any objection?
And Senator
Hearing
Joel,
none, adopted.
despite the absence of credit from Senator Tolentino. Mr. President, if
Right.
there are no other amendments till the end, I would like to go back to
Page 7. No,
page 6,
8.
Mr. President,
Go
anterior
back to
amendment.
page 6. Go ahead.
I think Senator Frank is raising his hand, Mr. President.
Senator Drilon is recognized. No, I already unmuted.
No
you.
more, no more.
Don't touch it. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Well, I have a proposed amendment on page 8 on effectivity, if that's in order.
Yes, yes,
Well,
please.
yes,
Go ahead.
Yes. All right. The effectivity is very crucial because there are rights created and obligations imposed. On section 17 to me is not clear, Mr. President. And therefore would propose the following amendment. On line 9, delete the word of the phrase starting from due to COVID-19 until the end of the provision on line 11, and instead substitute that deleted phrases with the following: as declared under Proclamation 1021 dated September 30, 2020, issued by the President of the Philippines, period.
Tama ba yung number ng declaration?
What does the sponsor say?
I think we can accept that, Mr. President. Yeah.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted. Okay, we go to page 6.
Thank you, Minority Leader. If it's all right, this is just a purely stylistic and not a substantive change, Mr. President. It was pointed out to me by DepSec Billion. On page 6, we have that new clause regarding the insertion of the PCR testing in the vaccine card. If we could just change the order, because the current, I think it's line 26, the name, signature, and license number of the licensed physician refers to the vaccine. So if we could just put that ahead of the testing information and arrange the lettering correctly. We thank DepSec Billion for pointing that out.
So where do you want it?
So the current E will become the new F, and the current G, where referring to the name, signature, license number, etc., and so forth, will become the new E.
The new E.
Yes.
All right.
So
Any
move, Mr. President.
objection?
Any others?
Hearing none, adopted.
Thankfully, Mr. President, there are no other amendments unless Senator Tolentino will think of something soon,
May
Mr.
we
President.
recognize Senator Recto, Mr. President? He's raising his hand.
Yes, wait.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very briefly, I think we've covered all the pages and all the amendments have been introduced and accepted. I think we are now at the period to possibly propose an amendment to the title of the measure. And my proposal is an act establishing the Coronavirus Disease 2019 COVID-19 vaccination program, expediting the vaccine procurement and administration process, providing funds therefore and for other purposes.
We accept, Mr. President.
Accepted. Any objection? Hearing none, adopted. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before I move to close the period of amendments. There being no amendments, I just want to put on record, Mr. President, that I'd like to congratulate all our colleagues because we are probably the first country in the world to
Salamat sa
legislate.
inyo. Pinahirapan niyo ako.
Legislate, Mr. President, if I may be allowed to proceed, to legislate vaccine procurement and implementation without a single vaccine yet. Mr. President. So, magaling
We are
talaga ang
forward-looking, Mr.
Philippine.
President. We are forward-looking.
Magaling talaga, Mr. President, ang Philippine legislative, of course, sector of our country. The legislative
Your
body of our
permission,
country.
Majority Leader, the President Pro Temp wants to be recognized. Go ahead.
Yes,
We will
Mr.
recognize
President,
Senator Ralph Recto, Mr.
I just
President.
wanted to take the opportunity to ask the sponsor of this measure just one final question. The Sinovac vaccine, has this passed also the WHO standard?
Wala pa po. Wala pa po. It's pending, I believe.
So,
They have applied, Your Honor, but it has not issued yet.
so there's no issuance from the WHO.
Wala pa po. Wala pa.
Thank you for the information, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Thank you, Senate President.
Well, now that you've mentioned it, just for the record, perhaps an unsolicited advice. Perhaps it is best that when the Department of Health or officials in the Department of Health make statements, it's best that you clear it with the Secretary of Health. Kung minsan yung mga nasasabi natin no ibang mga bureau sa under the Department of Health ay hindi nakakatulong eh. It is misunderstood, it is misinterpreted. So it's best that if there are any pronouncements, this is a very critical issue. Any pronouncement, it should be the Secretary of Health that should make pronouncements. Medyo iwasan natin yung bitaw-bitaw sa media ng mga salita na hindi nakakatulong sa kinalalagyan natin. Just unsolicited advice to the officials of the Department of Health. All right.
Okay, Mr. President.
Minority Leader.
Mr. President, may recognize Senator Drilon.
I concur. I concur.
I believe, Mr. President.
I concur with the Senate President insofar as his pronouncement is concerned. Indeed, it should only be the Secretary of Health, except that he disregards the fact that elections are coming in 2022. Just for the record, Mr. President.
Right.
Okay,
So,
Mr.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I move to finally close the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2057. I so move, Mr. President.
Will the motion include taking into consideration Senate Bill
Yes, of course. Take into consideration Senate Bill 2056, I believe. Mr. President.
2056?
Yes, Mr. President.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none. Senate Bill 2057, taking into consideration 2056, is hereby approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority
Mr.
Leader.
President,
Thank you.
this is a certified measure, Mr. President. We'd like to request the Secretary to read the title of the certification, and I move to proceed with the roll call vote for third reading, Mr. President, if our colleagues are ready on the line for voting.
The Secretary will read the title of the measure and then conduct a roll call vote. No? Certification first. Yes, go ahead. Sorry.
February 18, 2021, Senator Vicente C. Soto III, Mr. Senate President, pursuant to the provisions of Article 6, Section 26, subparagraph 2 of the 1987 Constitution, I hereby certify to the necessity of the immediate enactment of Senate Bill number 2057 entitled An Act Expediting the Procurement and Administration of Vaccines for the Protection Against the Coronavirus Disease 2019 COVID-19, providing funds therefore and for other purposes in order to provide the necessary mechanism for the national and local governments to procure and administer COVID-19 vaccines expeditiously and efficiently. Bear truly yours, signed, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
All right. The Secretary will, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we proceed with the third reading vote, I'd like to put on record the request of our distinguished minority floor leader who wishes to be made a co-author of the measure as well, for the record.
All right, we place that on record.
Thank you, Mr.
So,
President. We move that
go ahead.
we vote on third reading on the measure. Ask the secretary to read the title of the measure and proceed with the roll call vote.
The secretary will read the title of the measure. The EDP will unmute all computers, and the secretary will conduct a roll call vote.
Ito mo sabihin parang Westbrook, ha? Gusto ko yung...
Senate Bill number 2057, an act. I'll read the original title. As amended by the Senate. Roll call vote, the honorable senators. Angara,
Yes.
Binay,
Yes.
Cayetano,
Yes, yes, yes.
De Lima, De La Rosa, Trilon,
Yes.
Gatchalian, Go, Gordon,
Yes.
Ontiveros,
Aye.
Lacson, Lapid, Marcos,
Yes.
Pacquiao,
Yes, 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 yes. Yes po.
Sigo, yes, good.
Pacquiao,
Yeah.
Pangilinan,
Yes.
Pimentel III, Poe,
Yes.
Recto,
Yes.
Revilla Jr.,
Yes na yes.
Tolentino, Villanueva, Villar,
Yes.
Zubiri,
Yes na yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Vote yes.
Pacquiao lang, wala.
With 22 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, Senate Bill 2057 is approved on third reading.
Thank you, thank you,
May
thank
we
you.
recognize-
Thank you,
May we recognize Mr. President Senator Villar was raising her hand, and afterwards Senator Ontiveros.
Senator Villar, you may proceed.
May I move to be
Considered
considered a co-author of the bill?
Sipag at syaga.
Yes, with the permission of Senator Angara, yes, go ahead.
Oo, balik mo yun.
Senator Villanueva.
Yes, Mr. President, just a short manifestation explaining my vote. First of all, let me congratulate our good friend, our hardworking chair of the Committee on Finance, Senator Sani Angara, who worked so hard for this measure. Yesterday, we were still here, Mr. President, up to around 10:30 in the evening, trying to patch the different amendments being given to us by our distinguished colleagues. Mr. President, may kasabihan po tayo na the proof of the pudding is in the eating, at pagdating naman po sa vaccines, the proof is in the injecting. This is so true because laws are only as good as their implementation. Kahit gaano pa man po kaganda ang batas, kung hindi naman po maayos maipapatupad ito, wala rin. Kaya ang ating panawagan sa ating mga kasamahan sa executive ay hindi masayang itong pinaghirapan ng ating institusyon ng Senado. And Mr. President, in voting yes, I am proud of the Senate for spending long hours in distilling the wisdom needed to make this piece of legislation vastly better than what the executive has proposed. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo.
Thank you.
We
Thank you, Senator
recognize-
Joel,
Thank
Mr.
you.
President.
Mr. President, may we recognize Senator Risa Ontiveros, after which Senator Bong Revilla.
All right, Senator Risa Ontiveros recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I congratulate our chairperson, the Senate leadership, and all our colleagues for acting swiftly on the COVID-19 vaccination program. We worked on it with a sense of purpose and urgency, and we do hope that there will be no more excuses, no more delays for our national government implementers to ensure timely rollout and completion of our COVID-19 vaccine program. We commend our local government officials and our private sector for their proactive role in our whole of government and whole of nation approach and response to COVID-19, especially in this our vaccination program. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you.
And then,
Senator Revilla po. Senator Revilla po. Senator Bong Revilla po.
Senator Revilla, you are recognized.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. It's just a short manifestation. Mr. President, I would like to thank and congratulate our distinguished colleague, our chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, Senator Sani Angara, for ably and competently shepherding this very urgent measure. Iba po talaga ang alagang Angara. But all levity aside, Pangulo, batid po natin na malaki ang nakataya sa tagumpay ng vaccination program ng ating pamahalaan. Hindi lamang ang muling pagsigla at pagunlad ng pambansang ekonomiya, ngunit lalong-lalo na ang kaligtasan at buong buhay ng bawat Pilipino. I trust that with the passage of this measure, we will further expedite the rollout of the vaccination program, ensure the safety and health of our fellow Filipinos, and inspire optimism and confidence among our people towards country's full recovery from this pandemic. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
President, Senator Frank Dulon, our distinguished minority floor leader, would like to be recognized.
Senator Leon is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just want to spread into the record my congratulations and admiration to the patience which our chairman of the Committee on Finance displayed for the past days of very intensive debate on a matter of public health. The chairman of the Committee of Finance expertly and patiently sponsored this on the floor as chairman of the Committee on Finance, which is on a matter of involving public health. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Mr. President, may I recognize Senator Recto, Mr. President.
Senator Ralph Recto, President Pro Tem, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me also echo what the minority leader said. Congratulations to our very able chairman of the Committee on Finance for shepherding this bill into law. And I would also like to manifest that I will submit for the record my expectation vote. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Congratulations, dear sponsor.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you, sir.
President.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. President, may you recognize
Senator De La Rosa is recognized.
Mr. President, may I manifest that with the permission of the principal author of this bill, may I be made as a co-author of this measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All
Thank
right,
you to
so-
Senator Bato.
Yes,
It would be an honor to have him in the roles of co-authors. Salamat, sir.
Senator Pangilinan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. We would like to congratulate Senator Angara, the sponsor of the measure, our Committee on Finance Chairman, for ably ensuring the swift passage of this measure. From the time we delivered our privileged speech last December, expressing our serious concern about the success of our vaccine rollout up until today, Mr. President, I am proud to say that the Senate has not been remiss in its efforts precisely to look into ways to be able to address and speed up and ensure a successful vaccine rollout. The main question now, as was raised earlier by our Majority Leader, is the law is there, but where are the vaccines? And we hope that the vaccines will come soonest rather than later. And again, we thank and congratulate Senator Angara and the Senate leadership. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
If we will
Thank
be
you, sir.
allowed, we will just submit a written explanation of our vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, I think Senator Cayetano is seeking the floor.
Senator Cayetano, Mr. President.
Senator Pio Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to congratulate our chair, Senator Angara, and of course the Senate President. The Senate President, the chair, and the original author of the measure, the Majority Floor Leader, for patiently watching his bill grow from 2 pages to 8 pages and sitting at the sideline and allowing it to be chapsuy and become a main course, dessert, appetizer for everyone. But thank you for the leadership, the Senate President, Majority Floor Leader, and our sponsor, of course.
Thank you, Senator Pia.
All right, thank you.
Mr. President,
If there are-
Have we
Mr. President,
suspended consideration already, Majority Leader?
not yet, Mr. President, but before we do, may I also be just given a chance and opportunity, not just to thank Senator Angara, but to apologize to him and ask for his forgiveness. Because when I convinced him to sponsor the measure, it was only 2 pages. And we only dealt with the exemption of local government as well as national government on the Procurement Act and the Local Government Code. Tapos nanganak po siya ng nanganak at naging comprehensive vaccine procurement and implementation law na po siya. I would like to say we are the first in the world. We should be given credit where credit is due. We are probably the first country in the world with such piece of legislation. Just to show you, Mr. President, and to the Filipino people, that we are not remiss in our job as legislators. Ginawa na po natin lahat. Tama po sinabi ni Senator Kiko Pangilinan. Ginawa na po natin lahat. Ang bola po ay nasa korte na ng eksekutibo. So we hope now there will be no hindrance to the coming of the vaccines and its implementation on the rollout. So again, apologies to my dear friend Sani Angara, and kudos, a job well done on how you were patiently able to craft this into such a comprehensive measure. So maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Yes, and of course, we also thank Senator Angara because Senate Bill 2056 passed without a single hearing. It's the same thing. All right. Majority Leader.
Finally, Mr. President, I
maybe-
believe Mr. Senator Cayetano would like to be recognized before the sponsor.
Senator Cayetano, go ahead.
Mr. President,
Siyempre.
parliamentary inquiry. Do we have a rule that states that out of respect for the sponsor and the principal authors, wala munang magpo-post ng victory except the principal author and the sponsor?
No, please post. Yeah, just include me in the picture.
Yeah, sponsor, maski na sponsor lang, okay na. Diba? She really did a lot of hard work here. And I think we should give credit where credit is due to the sponsor. And of course, those who propounded a lot of amendments and proposed a lot of amendments that were accepted, like the Senate President Pro Temp and the Minority Leader, who did a lot of great work. Even Senator Tolentino, Senator Gordon, Senator Cayetano, Senator Risa, all those who proposed amendments. Great job, Mr. President, to all of them. Kudos. If I failed to mention some, my apologies. But the whole Senate in particular, Mr. President, did a wonderful job.
Mr. President, Majority Leader, may I be
yes.
recognized?
Yes,
Senator
please.
Angara is recognized.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader, and thanks to all our colleagues for their very, very kind words, and of course for supporting this measure with all their kind interventions and very relevant interventions. First of all, the leadership, the Senate leadership, led by our very able and wise leader, Senate President Tito Soto. Of course, our Senate President Pro Tempore, our good Majority Leader. His bill really set this this bill in motion. Marami po ang umangkas, and that's okay because. But really, he only filed the bill 2 weeks ago, and it's a testament to how fast and how comprehensive the Senate can do its work. You know that we did this in a little, I think a little less than 2 weeks, Mr. President, if I'm not mistaken. No? From filing of the bill to passage on third reading. So thank you very much to our wise Senate President Pro Temp, Senator Recto, for all his many interventions. I'm sure the LGUs will be grateful to him. To our very wise, sagacious Minority Leader, Senator Frank, thank you also, sir, for always being the ultimate statesman in your interventions, despite being the head of the opposition, always having the interest of the country at heart, sir. We'd like to also thank, of course, Senator Bongo, the chairman of the Committee on Health, because he helped us obtain the presidential certification, to which we are also thankful to the President. Very grateful because we were able to pass that in a short time. I would like to acknowledge, of course, our colleagues who, for their kind words, Senator Joel, Senator Risa. Senator Joel was here till late last night, Mr. President. Senator Risa, Senator Bong Revilla, although there are more witnesses that the Alagang Revilla is superior to the Alagang Angara, Mr. President. Senator Bato de la Rosa, Senator Sherwin, Senator Kiko, of course, Senator Pia, for all of the important interventions. Senator Poe, I hope Senator Lacson, Senator Tolentino, Senator Coco. I hope I'm not forgetting anyone here. Senator Lapid, for also being present here. His silent presence inspired us all, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senator Nancy Binay, of course, also was present even in the hearing 2 weeks ago, Mr. President. Senator Gordon, of course. I hope, and all the members of the Senate, Mr. President. And of course, in the House of Representatives, we'd like to thank the Speaker and our counterpart, Representative Junico of Quirino. And of course, we have to acknowledge our resource persons from the executive who gave us their time and their expertise. Secretary Galvez, the vaccine czar, ASEC Mayor of IATF, ASEC Javier of IATF, Secretary Duque of DOH, Director General Domingo of the FDA, Yusek Hoven of the DOF, Yusek Densing of DILG, GPPB Director Rowena Ruiz, DICT ASEC Manica Intik, HTAC Dr. Marita Reyes, PGH Director Dr. Gap Legaspi, our friends in the local government and the leagues, especially Governor Kua, Governor Dax Kua, Governor Presby Velasco, and Director Paredes. And of course, the very hardworking LB-RMO and Senate Secretariat, our OIC Irene and Secretary Myra and her team, DepSec Belen, etc. Thank you very much, and the Office of the Majority Leader and the offices of all the senators as well as my office who really worked overtime. So yun lang po, just to give credit to where credit is due. And thank you again to all our members. Senator Aimee, of course, was an author of the provision on taxes, for exemption from taxes and duties. And Senator Villar for her very important interventions also. Thank you, ma'am. At sa lahat po ng tumulong, I hope I don't forget anyone. Thank you very much, Mr. President, especially to our colleagues. Salamat po.
All right. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a gentle reminder to our secretariat. The House is awaiting this. I believe I spoke to our Majority Floor Leader counterpart in the House, and they're waiting for us to transmit to them the third reading copy of our measure. If we can ask the Secretariat to do this as soon as possible within the day, Mr. President, because they'll see if they can adopt our version, hopefully, and no need of a BICAM. So there will be no need of a bicameral conference committee, Mr. President.
Well, we can make them do that right now. It's only 4:20. It's possible there is a House session ongoing right now. So I
Yes.
think the sponsor, Senator Angara, deserves a 15-minute break. So the
Yes, Mr.
session
President.
is suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Boss.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1832 under Committee Report number 111. Mr. President, I so move.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Consideration of Senate Bill 1832 is in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the modernization of the Bureau of Fire Protection. May we recognize the sponsor, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, and to interpolate our distinguished Senate President Pro Tem, Senator Ralph Recto. Mr. President.
Senator Ronald De La Rosa is recognized to interpolate is Senator Ralph Recto, the President Pro Tem.
Thank you,
very
Mr.
much.
President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Majority Leader, I will be quick in this interpolation. I think the bill is well written, easy to understand, and I congratulate the sponsor in proposing this measure as well and in sponsoring this measure on the floor of the Senate. Would the gentleman from Davao, from Mindanao, the representative from Mindanao, answer a few questions regarding this bill?
Yes, Mr. President, and thank you for your earlier comment.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. President, let me begin by asking the sponsor are we amending the mandate of the BFP in this measure?
Yes, Mr. President.
In effect, we are expanding the mandate. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President. From the traditional mandate to an expanded mandate, Mr. President, covering the export, the eco-zones, Mr. President, and similar entities.
Yes. And when we increase the mandate of the BFP, then the responsibilities and functions will also increase and possibly would incur additional costs. Would that be correct?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. Now, with regard to the current mandate, would you say that the BFP have been able to fully fulfill its current mandate?
Yes, Mr. President.
They have.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. Yung budget nila sa ngayon, sapat na sa current mandate nila.
It's still lacking, Mr. President.
It is lacking, di ba?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, Mr.
Of the 1,500 cities and municipalities, how many fire stations do we have again?
Station.
Meron ba tayo in all municipalities and cities throughout the country?
Mr. President, we have the total number of cities and municipalities with fire station is 1,396, Mr. President.
Ang meron.
Ang meron.
Ilan yung operational doon?
All of them are operational, Mr. President.
Okay. So lahat yun, siguradong may tubig din.
I suppose, Mr. President.
I doubt it, Mr. President. Meron naman, what is the average age of our fire truck, Mr. President?
Mr. President, the average age of our fire truck is 18 to 20 years old, Mr. President.
Tumatakbo pa ba yun? 18 to 20 years?
Meron, Mr. President, but meron ding kunting number na
Yes.
under repair.
Yes.
Or,
Yeah. How many fire trucks do we have, Mr. President?
we have the 3,060.
3,060.
Mr. President.
And the average age is 18 to 20 years.
Yes, Mr. President.
Ilan naman yung fire truck natin na of the 3,000, how many are 5 years old? Meron pa tayong data, no?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yeah.
For 0 to 9 years old, we have 879 fire trucks. For
Okay.
10 to 19 years old, we have 420 fire trucks.
Okay.
From 20 to 29 years old, we have 414 fire trucks. from 30 to 39 years old, we have 432 fire trucks.
Wow.
And 40 years and above, we have 362, Mr. President.
Okay. So meron ba tayong 40 years and above?
40 years and above is 362 fire trucks,
Correct.
Mr.
So meron
President.
pa nga. Okay. Tumatakbo pa ba yun?
Well, per records, Mr. President, they are still operational.
Are you sure?
Yes, Mr. President, ganun po kagaling mag-maintain yung ating Bureau of Fire Protection when it comes to fire truck dahil yan talaga ang lifeline nila. Yung pinaka-lifeblood of the organization,
Sige.
Mr. President.
Dahil sa sobrang
Fire truck.
galing nila, hindi na kailangan ng pondo.
Hindi naman, Mr. President. Kailangan pa rin dahil as we have said, kulang pa rin talaga, Mr. President. May mga may mga fire stations pa rin tayo na walang fire truck.
Yes, I understand. No, let me also thank the service of our firemen, no? Dahil doon sa amin sa Batangas, talagang nakikita ko napapakinabangan natin sila, no? And I'm sure that's throughout the country. And they make do with whatever little they have, no? So let me congratulate them and thank them for their service. And also, I'd like to put on the record that I support this measure, Mr. President. I support the modernization also of the Bureau of Fire, and I support the vision of the sponsor of this measure. No, yung nakikita ko lang problema, Mr. President, is the timing. Okay, we are in the middle of a pandemic, Mr. President. No, so many people will be asking, why are we modernizing the Bureau of Fire ahead of modernizing, let's say, our healthcare institutions? So marami kasi, yung timing lang kasi niyan ang pag-uusapan dyan, and do we have the resources available, no? So I'm just putting that as a manifestation. So my next question to the sponsor is, how much will it cost? I know it is not in the bill, incidentally. There is no appropriation in the bill, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President, you are correct.
And because of that, it will be easier to pass. Okay?
Yes, Mr. President, and easier for the economic managers to adjust their resources.
Yes.
So
yes.
that's how we
Yes.
prepare that.
Yes. Although I may have to make a few amendments at the appropriate time so that it is not an empty promise, so to speak. No? Dahil baka asahan ng mga taon, mga kababayan natin, immediately once we pass this modernization within a 3-year period, baka umasa yung taong bayan, including the personnel of the Bureau of Fire. So maybe
Thank you, Mr. President, for that concern, for your concern. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sure that is also the concern of the sponsor. No? Now,
Yes, Mr.
having
President.
said that, just for our information, not only of the body, but for my office, for future discussion on this measure also, or on budget deliberations when it comes to the BFP, this modernization will cost how much and over what period, Mr. President?
For a period of 3 years, Mr. President, we need a total of 36 billion.
36 billion. Okay?
Yes, Mr. President.
Of that 36 billion, how much will be spent for PS?
For PS, Mr. President, is spread out in 3 years is 9.29 billion, Mr. President.
Okay. So additional of 3 billion a year lang.
For PS,
Nine-
Mr. President.
For PS. So every year plus 3 billion. Because today, how much is the budget of the BFP sa PS?
As of year 2020, Mr. President, the budget of BFP for PS is 24.2
24.
billion.
Okay.
24.2 billion.
So, assuming we had the resources, magiging 27 to. Ganun ba yun?
You're correct, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for the clarification. Now, of the 36, you mentioned 9 will go to PS. How much will go naman to MOE?
For MOA, Mr. President, is only a total of 243 million
A year.
A year, Mr. President.
Oh, so pwede natin i-round off to
Total in 3 years, Mr. President.
total na yan. So, mga 80 million a year lang.
81.1
Okay.
a year.
How much is the PS today?
And the PS today is 24. 24.
I'm sorry, not PS, MOE. I'm sorry, MOE.
MOE. MOE is 1.480.
1.8. Okay. So, yung 1.8 roughly magiging 1.9 lang yon.
No, Mr. President, 1.48. So, dagdagan natin ng
80 million.
81. So, magiging
a little less than 1.6. Okay, got it,
Yes,
Mr. President. So, maliit lang yung dagdag sa MOE. So,
Yes.
the bulk really is capital outlay.
yes, Mr. President.
Okay. And the amount is how much over 3 years, the capital outlay?
For capital outlay is 3 years that we need 27 billion, Mr.
27
President.
billion. Okay. Okay. We did some pencil pushing incidentally, Mr. President. With 27 billion, what you could do with the healthcare services. How many additional doctors we can hire, how many additional beds we can build sa mga hospital kung gagawin for health, no? Like I said, because the issue today is the pandemic and health, no? You could build subsidized 58 DOH regional hospitals for 9 billion. You could provide immunization program to millions of infants, adolescents, pregnant women, senior citizens with 8 billion, no? And so on and so forth. Not to mention equipment for 4,000 health facilities, BHS, RHUs, LGU hospitals, DOH hospitals for another 9 billion. No? But let me move on,
But
Mr. President. Yes.
if I may,
Yes, please.
the Bureau of Fire Protection during this pandemic are also utilized as frontliners, Mr. President.
Yes.
Yung kanilang mga emergency medical services are very much being utilized at this time, Mr. President, and their personnel are really involved in frontline activities, Mr. President.
Yes, and like I said, no, I value the work and the service that our firemen do, and we support them, no, and I'm in favor of this measure, no. The only problem is the funding at this point in time, no. Yun nga, yung timing din, no, and there are many competing interests for fiscal space. Dahil lahat naman to kailangan ng budget, eh. Now, having said that, isn't it how much does the BFP collect on fire code fees?
Fire code fees.
Ano yung average collection yan, Mr. President?
3.07 billion, Mr. President.
3 billion.
Annually.
Yung 3 billion na yun, off-budget item yan, no? Does it go to the Treasury or the BFP spends it based on the law?
It goes to the Treasury, Mr. President. And nire-request na lang yan balik ng BFP para doon sa kanilang modernization.
Correct,
Mr.
correct,
President.
correct. So, basically, ginagastos nila yan, yung fire code fees. Yung 3
You're correct,
billion
Mr.
na yan.
President.
Di ba? Okay. Nagagastos ba nila yung buong 3 billion sa isang taon? Dagdag sa budget nila yun eh. Meaning to say, in 2021, how much is the budget for the BFP in the General Appropriations Act
General Appropriations Act is...
for 2021?
For 2021, Mr. President, we total of 26.5 billion, Mr. President.
26.5 billion. At isn't it correct that the 3 billion is on top of the 26.5 billion? Ang tawag doon of budget.
According to the record, Mr. President, is 1 billion lang ang na-exploit ng BFP doon sa kanilang special account
Correct.
from general fund.
Okay. Bakit kaya? Bakit hindi release yung 3 billion? Bakit 1 billion lang?
According to the Bureau of Fire, Mr. President, is annually, automatic lang daw talagang ina-appropriate sa kanila from the special appropriations, special account general fund is the 1 billion lang, Mr. President.
So minamanage ng DBM. Baka naman mahina yung absorptive capacity nila o di kaya minamanage ng DBM yung pondo. Meaning to say, that the DBM is using it for other purposes as well.
We presume, Mr. President, but we leave it to the DBM
Yes.
to
But
explain.
isn't there an account na may balance sila with the DBM? Don't they have in that fund that you mentioned, how much is the balance there that theoretically they can tap through DBM?
The balance, Mr. President, is for year 2020, as of December 31, 2020, may balance sila na 316 million, Mr. President.
Only?
Yes, Mr. President.
Pero kung
PS, MOA, and capital outlay altogether.
Oo. Under the law, saan ba pwedeng gastusin yung fire code fees?
Modernization, Mr. President.
Okay. So meron ng pondo for modernization, hindi lang sapat. At hindi rin
Yes, Mr. President.
At hindi
Kulang.
At hindi rin nare-release ng DBM.
Maybe, Mr. President, if we can pass this measure into law, mapipilitan siguro yung DBM na i-release lahat yung 3 billion na special account nila for modernization.
Maybe. No, but that's why I asked this question so that at the appropriate time, we probably can make amendments to the measure because doon tayo pwede mag-umpisa. Yung actual collection ninyo ng BFP ng fire code fees. Na at least we know that's 3 billion a year na hindi nare-release.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay? And that's why I wanted to find out during this interpolation, how much is the balance? Because the balance cannot just be 300 million. Kasi kung every year yan, may 3 billion ang collection, release 1 billion, may utang pa ang DBM. May fund yan di ba? So may...
Yes, Mr. President.
So kung in the last 10 years hindi na-release yan, di 20 billion na yon. Maybe the BFP can provide us that data so I can make the proper amendments to assist you.
Yes, Mr. President. From year 2020 up to year 2019, meron tayong balance na 3.5 billion.
Only,
Mr. President. Yung sinabi ko kanina is 1 billion per year is ito mga latest years lang, Mr. President, but yung previous years mukhang na-utilize nila lahat yung kanilang
yung 3 billion.
Yes, hindi naman actually 3 billion, Mr. President. Yung 3 billion ngayon na sinasabi natin is that is projected nila, Mr. President, based on the
yung actual collection. Yung actual collection last year, magkano? Or than 2019, ng pre-COVID, magkano na-collecta nila? Actual. Di ba that's collected from all business establishments nationwide?
Yes, Mr. President. For calendar year 2020, yung actual collection nila was 3,147,454,000.
Okay. And kinolekta nila yan from how many establishments?
Ilang establishment? From 2.4 million establishments, Mr. President.
From 2.4 million establishments. Okay. In 2019, magkano na-collecta nila?
In 2019, they were able to collect only 2 2,193 million, Mr. President.
Okay. Bakit ang laki ng increase noong 2020? 50% growth. Ilan yung establishment noong 2019 ang nakolekta nila?
Mr. President, the reason why the big jump from 2019 to 2020 ay nagkakaroon ng revision yung IRR ng fire code, Mr. President. So, nag-increase from 10 to 15% ang increase, Mr. President. Kaya itong lumaki ng bigla.
So nagtaas sila ng fees?
Nagtaas, Mr. President. Actually, nagtaas.
Nagtaas sila ng fees. Okay. So I presume dumaan sa NEDA yan. Kasi di basta-basta naman pwede magtaan ng fees di ba?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. Now, hindi ba tama na meron ayon sa batas may share ang local government dyan sa collection nila?
Yes, Mr. President. Yung binanggit ko ngayon na 3.1 billion for 2020 is that only that's only 80% of the actual collection because 20% goes to the LGU, Mr. President.
Okay. So, yung na-collect nila mas malaki doon. Yung 3 billion na binabanggit mo is only the 80%.
Sa 80%. 100%. Correction, Mr. President. The 3.147 billion
Is the total.
collection lang sa 2020 is 100%, not 80%.
Is 100%.
So,
Okay.
mabawasan pa ito na 20% that will go to the local government
Local.
units.
Okay. And ayon sa batas, based on the law, where does the local government spend the 20%?
Firefighting services, Mr. President.
So bumabalik din sa
Yes,
BFP.
Mr. President, there are LGUs who are very kind enough to give back to their local fire departments yung kanila share.
Yeah.
So,
Not only the
nakakatulong sila doon.
20%, but maybe even in addition to, di ba? Kasi ito batas, they have to spend it for the BFP by law
Yes, Mr. President.
May ibang LGU na dinadagdagan pa siguro, no? Pero hindi pwedeng bawasin. Di ba?
According to the law, Mr. President.
Yes. Okay. So let me move forward, Mr. President. And as I mentioned earlier, is the BFP aware of magkano yung total revenues ng national government noong 2019? Yung total collection ng gobyerno ng 2019 ng mga buwis?
We don't have the record, Mr. President.
Yes. The sad fact is that we roughly collected 3.1 trillion in 2019. And then in 2020, ang collection natin bumagsak because of the COVID. 2.8 trillion. Pero yung gastos natin lumaki. In 2019, we spent 3.8 trillion. In 2020, 4.3 trillion. At ang deficit natin in 2020 is 1.8 trillion. National government deficit. Ganun kalaki. And for the foreseeable future, in the next 2 to 3 years, that deficit will increase. Okay? Plus the Mandanas ruling with the IRA. And for next year, malaki ang tama sa national government because yung collection ng 2019, maganda ang collection. So may increase ang IRA. Plus the Mandanas ruling, the IRA in 2021 is kulang-kulang 700 billion. Next year, it will be roughly 1.1 trillion. Ergo,
Yes.
the national government budget will roughly be cut next year by about 400 billion.
Yes,
So,
Mr. President.
Maghahanap ang Kongreso which projects in different departments na pwede mong bawasan.
Yes, Mr. President,
Yes.
if I may,
Yes.
in order to cushion the impact of the Mandanas ruling, the national government has devised
No, I'm familiar with that. Yes. Yeah. But the point is this. It does not caution the impact. Okay, the national government is saying there are two approaches. The national government is saying now we will devolve more to the local government units, and there are some saying that the BFP should be devolved. Okay, that's one. Okay. On the other hand, may listahan na ang DBM na i-devolve. Okay, so
Yes, Mr. President.
yung i-devolve na yan, ikakat yung budget ng mga yan at the national level. Halimbawa, DPWH, hindi na pwede, halimbawa, local infrastructure projects. Sample lang. Okay? I-devolve sa local na yon. So may cut yung DPWH. Pag sinabi
Yes, Mr. President.
SWD, i-devolve na rin yun. Mga ibang social protection program. So, supposed to be LGU na yung gagastos nun. Okay? So parang ganon. Nevertheless, nabawasan pa rin yung mga proyekto, programa ng national government. We're hoping na yung perang ibibigay sa LGU, doon nila gagastusin. That's the point.
Yes, Mr. President.
Diba? Oh. So it will be tough in the next 2 to 3 years. No? And the reason why I mentioned that is because in the bill, there is a time frame here of 3 years.
Yes, Mr. President.
Diba? Oh.
Yes.
Unfortunately, no? Now, we discussed this in the LEDAC also, and I also recommended that maybe, so that the economy can continue to grow, maybe it's better than an EO. We pass a bill amending the local government code, mandating that the increase in ERA be spent for their local build para infrastructure, para hopefully umikot yung takbo ng ekonomiya and more taxes will be paid. The economy will grow continuously if the local government units were to spend that money properly, so that the economy continues to grow and we can collect taxes at the national level.
Yes, I cannot agree more.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Now, if we don't do it that way, the growth of the economy will be affected. And more so, for the remaining years, yung revenue natin mababawasan. In fact, because of COVID-19, our recovery, best case scenario, will be end of 2022. We will in effect go back to the level of 2019 by the end of 2022. That is the sad reality. Now, kung mahina tayo sa vaccine rollout, baka umabot pa tayo ng 2025 yung recovery. Yan ang masaklap, no? The timing, as I mentioned.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes. So at the I can see Senator Kiko Pangilinan wanting to intervene at this juncture.
Go ahead, Sir.
Yes, with the permission of the sponsor and Senator Recto, just a very quick manifestation because I caught the earlier inputs and observations of Senator Recto about amendments to the local government code, considering the Mandanas ruling. We intend to file precisely a resolution to, in aid of legislation, to look into the impact of the Mandanas ruling and possible amendments precisely to the local government code. He mentioned fire protection as one such possible amendment to the local government code. We are also looking at amendments in terms of agriculture development and countryside development, Mr. President. So I really think the Mandanas ruling will be taking effect at 2022. And in the eve of the Mandanas ruling taking effect, I think it is incumbent upon the Senate to look into this matter and see how we can strengthen the local government code and ensure that the resources that will be plowed back to the by way of the ERA will be effectively utilized with a guidance from national policymakers. Just for the record, Mr. President.
To respond to that, Mr. President, I did file 2 bills in relation to the Mandanas ruling. I welcome a resolution so that we could have a full discussion on not only the bill but other aspects of the Mandanas ruling. So thank you for that intervention, Mr. President. If I may continue very briefly, Mr. President. So that is the reality we're faced with, no? Now, I agree with modernizing the BFP. I agree to help pass this measure. If the good sponsor and the BFP would be willing to provide us some data on the balances and more detail on the collections, then maybe at the proper time we could make such amendments to the measure, no? But I have 2 more questions, Mr. President, with regard to the bill at hand, the committee report, no? One I discussed earlier, there's a 3-year horizon. Incidentally, yung AFP modernization ba, meron bang provision na gano'n din na within 3 years or 10 years?
I'm not sure, Mr. President, but I presume na it's also time-bound, Mr. President.
Okay. But for sure, it's much longer than 3 years.
Maybe 5 years, 10 years, Mr. President.
Okay. And then the PNP, do we have a PNP Modernization Act?
Not yet, Mr. President. We're still, itatakil pa namin yan sa committee namin, Mr. President.
Okay. So, una yung BFP sa PNP.
Nauna, Mr. President. Mas mabilis ang bumbero kaysa police.
Okay. I like that response, Mr. President. And I enjoy always conversing with the chairman of this committee, Mr. President. He's
Thank
very
you, Mr.
witty.
President.
Very witty. Now, Mr. President, meron ba balak din nga pala ba? Under this bill ba, is there any provision here that our bureau file ay bibigyan ng armas to carry firearms?
Well, wala pa dito sa bill natin na tinatakil, Mr. President, but I heard that
Is there such a plan?
Senator Bongo would like to insert during the period of amendments about the arming of the Bureau of Fire Protection.
Yeah. Is there any jurisdiction in the world that arms their Bureau of Fire?
Meron ba? The Bureau of Fire are shaking their heads, Mr. President.
Are they shaking left to right or up and down?
Not all of them are also. Most of them agreed to be armed, Mr. President, but some of them also disagree.
Disagree.
So,
Okay.
Yeah, they prefer to be armed with fire hoses rather than firearms.
Yeah, and the proper protective gear, I suppose, di ba?
Yes, Mr. President, proper protective equipment.
Yeah. Okay, so let me move on, Mr. President. So as I mentioned earlier, at the appropriate time, we'll probably have amendments on the 3-year period.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. And then just a clarification, Mr. President, on page 6, line 20, there is a provision here on multi-year contract and other contractual arrangements.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. Incidentally, my staff showed me that the AFP modernization is for 15 years.
15 years.
15 years, yes. Okay. Now, here, could you guide me on the intent of this particular section? No? Because on line 21, it says the BFP, pursuant to the BFP modernization program, projects and appropriations approved by Congress may subject to the approval of the President provisions of existing laws and regulations, including those of the Commission on Audit, and under such terms and conditions most favorable to the government. So hindi ko naintindihan karamihan nun, ano? But I understand the intent. into a multi-year contract lease and lease purchase agreement. Okay? Is yes. No?
This the intention of
Yes.
this, Mr. President, is
Yeah.
is that there are agreements that might exceed or might exist beyond 3 years, beyond the modernization program, Mr. President. So ginawa na lang itong safety net, Mr. President, para hindi magka-problema yung Bureau of Fire.
Okay.
Right
So
after the
here, may nakalagay din, multi-year allowing them to enter into a multi-year contract. Di ba? Is that the intention of this measure? Of this section?
Yes, Mr. President, multi-year contracts, lease and lease purchase agreement.
Na multi-year, di ba?
Multi-year.
Okay. And then on paragraph B, Congress automatically will have to appropriate. We are mandating here that Congress will have to immediately appropriate, di ba?
Yes, Mr. President.
Now, is this found in, let's say, the BFP modernization? I'm sorry, AFP modernization law?
I am not sure, Mr. President.
Yes.
But yung kaya Mr. President, na yung kanilang modernization ng AFP was expands through 15 years because of the amount that is considered, Mr. President.
Lagi kulang yung pera.
75 billion, Mr. President.
Yes, understood. Okay. Now, here naman, it also talks here of the consistency with the PNP modernization program.
Andito.
Provided that the BFP and the DBM shall issue the implementing guidelines to ensure consistency with the PNP modernization program.
At typo error, Mr. President. It's a BFP modernization program, not PNP.
Okay.
Typo error, Mr. President.
Okay. So I may have a problem also with, yes, thank you for that. I may have a problem also on multi-year contracts issued by possibly the executive that Congress does not know of to begin with. Okay, it's just like, for example, by the Constitution, the President is authorized to borrow money, but he cannot spend it without an appropriation. Okay, but what happens is that we had nothing to do with the borrowing of money. Then they put it in the program funds immediately. And then automatically every year that Congress has to appropriate. So I foresee that in the future, there will be a problem with some of these, not all, but some of these multi-year contracts, Mr. President. In fact, an executive department can finish the resources of the next administration by having multi-year contracts, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. But going back to your question, Mr. President, I would like to address your question regarding the AFP modernization.
Yes.
The same provision holds true with the AFP modernization. Itong multi-year contracting, Mr. President. The answer is yes, Mr. President.
It is found in the law?
Yes, R8 10349, the AFP Modernization Act.
Yes.
Mayroon ding provision na the same
Multi-year.
dito. Multi-year, Mr.
So
President.
I understand that in certain instances you need to have this multi-year. My problem is when you have too many of them, it can be abused.
Yes, I agree, Mr. President.
And that hindi na alam ng Kongreso what they are actually really funding. It can be abused. And so at the appropriate time, we will probably make amendments to at least 2 or 3 sections which we discussed earlier. No?
Yes, Mr.
So as
President.
not to overpromise. But like I said, I'm in favor of this measure. I'm in favor of the vision of the sponsor of providing better equipment to modernize the Bureau of Fire and Protection. So I'm one with you. And I think the bill, by and large, is well written. So let me congratulate the sponsor. And at this juncture, Mr. President, I have no further questions. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the opportunity. Thank you to our very good sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. We no longer have anyone listed on the interpellators to interpolate the measure, Mr. President. I move, with the permission of the body, to close the period of interpellation. Mr. President, I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation is closed.
I'd like to ask Mr. President if the sponsor is ready for his committee amendments before we tackle the individual amendments.
Not yet, Mr. President.
So, not ready today. Okay, Mr. President.
Ready today.
With that, we move to suspend consideration of the measure.
Any objection? Chair hears none, consideration of the measure suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1741 under Committee Report number 163. I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order.
May we recognize the parliamentary status of the measures. We are at the period of interpellation. May we recognize Senator Cynthia Villar, distinguished chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture, and to interpellate our distinguished colleague from Quezon City and Pampanga, Senator Francis Pangilinan.
Senator Cynthia Villar is recognized, and Senator Francis Pangilinan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Senate President and Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you to the good sponsor. May we know if we may be allowed to raise a few clarificatory questions on the measure, distinguished sponsor.
Gladly, Senator Pangilinan.
Thank you. First, we'd like to just get a big picture in terms of the cacao industry. May we know what is the consumption of cacao in the Philippines in terms of metric tons?
The present consumption of cacao in the Philippines is 50,000 metric tons, and we are producing 8,000 plus metric tons.
So there is a shortfall of 42 million metric tons, which we import.
42,000.
Yes, 42,000
metric tons.
And these 42,000 metric tons is imported.
Yes.
What would we have values in terms of how much is the cacao industry in the Philippines?
Ano ba yung value noon?
So that we have a sense of how much we're giving to farmers from abroad, foreign farmers, rather than buying it capacity.
I think what we are importing from abroad is not the cacao, but the finished products. The finished products, because they are chocolate, and then chocolate drinks and others. I don't think we are importing cacao. We are importing chocolate.
Yes.
The processed products.
Yes. Which is to say that we could actually have the cacao as sourced locally rather than abroad.
Yes.
Is that right?
That's the intention. In fact, we have a cacao development plan that will increase our production by 100,000.
Just to clarify, yes.
Yes, that's the cacao development plan made by the what do you call this? All the stakeholders in the cacao industry. Yes. The National Cacao Development Plan.
Yes, we if we can just be given the documents or the data perhaps at a later time, but we would like to clarify 50,000 metric tons is consumed. This is chocolate. This is not cacao. This is chocolate.
That's cacao and then processed into chocolate. We have many processors. We are not just producer but processor also.
And then the 8,000 metric tons is cacao.
Cacao, yes.
Okay, but the 42,000 metric tons
are imported.
And this is not cacao. This is chocolate.
I think chocolate, yeah, processed.
Perhaps we can clarify that, ma'am.
Yeah, yes.
We'd also like to get whether it's cacao or chocolate or both.
Yes.
So I understand 50,000 metric tons is cacao, 8,000 metric tons is cacao, but the imported 42,000 of the consumed 50,000 is either cacao or chocolate.
Yes.
We just want
processed cacao. Processed cacao.
Processed cacao,
yes.
Which of course we can process too. It's just that we don't have the.
We don't produce. That's why we are really encouraging, in fact, in the bill pass, because cacao is intercropping to coconut trees.
That's
and
right.
in the bills which we passed, which is due for the signature of the President, the Coco Levy Fund Bill, 10% would go to intercropping because that is a very good source of income. The intercropping of coffee and cacao under the coconut tree. Okay.
Yes, this is actually the dilemma, the continuing dilemma of Philippine agriculture in terms of lack of productivity. Here we are with 3.5 million hectares of coconut land, 80% of which is monocrop. So that's over 2 million hectares that you could plant cacao.
Yes. That's why in the cocoa bill that we passed, there is really an intercropping provision for cacao and coffee. And at the same time, there is a processing provision that after they produce that, they can process it. And the Coconut Development Bill will provide processing equipment, will teach them how to process so that we can increase their income. Kaya mahina ang income ng farmers. They are relying purely on coconut. Raw coconut pa, ine-export pa nila yung iba pa yung nag-export ng coconut. So yung mga farmers, they are relying on just coconut. Yes. And that's not a big income. Mas malaki ang income sa cacao and coffee.
So we'd like to get kasi high value crops talaga ang
yes.
Copra is the one of the lowest how do you call it products na walang value adding, walang kaya napakamura, but if you include high value crops such as cacao or coffee, malaking bagay.
54,000 metric tons.
So
we are importing 105 million worth of cacao in 2018 according to PSA.
105
million cacao beans.
Beans.
Yes, because I think our processor are processing them. They are importing beans, 105 million worth of cacao beans.
Yes.
In 2018, that's the latest.
105 million
worth.
Kilos? Is this kilos or kilos?
754,000 metric tons.
754,000 metric tons, equivalent to 105 million beans.
Yes.
It's imported.
Pesos, yung 105 million beans, that's the amount that they spend to import. Yes.
And then it's 754,000
metric tons
are imported.
Yes.
Yes. And so ideally.
So it's bigger pa pala. It's not 50,000. It's I think it's 75,400 metric tons.
400 metric tons is imported, and that and so our total production would be
Kung ating ipoproduce lahat, 75,000 plus 8,000, 83
83,000.
metric tons. So talaga yung plan nila is 100,000 ipoproduce metric tons a year.
Which means we're only producing a little under 10% of our consumption is produced.
Yeah, because they said before it's 50,000. I think it has grown now.
Yes.
It's growing.
Talagang para malapit na ho sa gatas. Kasi ang ating gatas, 99.
Ano naman yung gatas? 1.5%, 1.3% yata of consumption of milk. Sobra yun. At least ito is, dati sabi nila 8,000, mga 20%. Ngayon, mas mababa.
Yes, and that, and
parang 10%.
And that 90%, if we are capacitate our farmers,
yes,
that should be income that goes to our farmers.
Coconut farmers. Oo.
Yes.
Kaya nga yung ating cocoa bill, very big a budget for that. At
Yes.
yung high value crop din natin, meron tayong high value crop program, ang agriculture, yan din ang intention. To be able to promote this para lumaki ang miski coffee natin, way below. They said it's 20% of demand.
Yes. Coffee is
30% of demand, yes.
And 70% is also imported.
Imported. Nakakalungkot nga kasi kayang-kaya naman natin i-produce.
Yes. And therefore, dito natin nakikita yung interventions that are critical so that the incomes that are going to foreign farmers should go to our farmers.
Yes.
So that we don't have to import. Do we have a number of hectarage of cacao farms in the country?
Parang 20,000.
20,000.
Ang sabi nila sa Davao 20,000 and they produce 80%.
So kung 80% is 20,000,
di 20, mga 24,000.
25,000 hectares is addresses 10% of our local production.
Yeah. Yes.
So if we're going to do 100%, this should be times 10.
Yeah, but we have plenty of coconut plantation. 65% of our cacao are located in Mindanao and 35% in Luzon and Visayas.
Yes, in terms of cacao farmers, do we also have data? If it's not available now, we would...
Yeah, parang 12,000.
12,000, yes. So 12,000 cacao farmers...
Stealing.
Yes, 80% of your coconut lands are monocropped.
Yes.
That's around 3.5 million coconut farmers who can actually...
Yes, 80% monocrop.
And who can actually become part of the 12,000 farmers kung sila ay
hindi lang cacao, pwede ang coffee, pwede din ang dairy. Kaya yung sinasabi mo na 1.3% of production ng dairy, we can solve that also with our coconut farmers. And then, yayaman pa yung coconut farmers natin kasi mas malaki ang kita dyan kesa doon sa coconut. Ang kita nila ngayon sa coconut, 1,500 a month. Pero yung coconut natin ngayon na better seedlings can triple their income. So magiging something like 5,000, more than triple their income. Yung hybrid seedlings of coconut kasi they produce 140 nuts per year per tree. Yung ngayon 40 nuts per year per tree. So tataas na yung income nila sa coconut. Tapos mag-i-intercropping pa sila, tataas ng 5,000 yung income nila sa coconut, plus mag-i-intercropping sila, this is additional 10,000 a month. So, pag nagawa natin yung per hectare, yung ating coconut farmer will be earning 15,000 a month. Medyo parang minimum wage earner na sa Metro Manila, di ba?
Yes.
So, it's a good model for them.
And this is precisely why I share the view of Secretary Willie Dar, that agriculture really is a sleeping giant in the Philippines. Can you imagine that? We only have 12,000 cacao farmers, but we have 3.5 million coconut farmers.
Yes, hindi sila tinuruan na there is such a thing as intercropping.
And precisely why the way forward, and we share the focus of our chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture. The way forward really is to secure our farmers.
Yes.
And secure our farmers so that we can secure our food and agriculture security. I was just listening earlier to the interpellations, just a quick, would like to place this on record, on the issue of the vaccine rollout. Now more than ever, we realize that public health security is national security. But the same goes for food.
Yes.
Food security is national security. So if we truly address the concerns of our agriculture sector, we will be able to resolve hunger. We will be able to resolve unrest. We will be poverty, and therefore we will have a more secure nation. Kaya talagang napakahalaga. Ang agriculture matagal nang pinabayaan, matagal nang mababa ang tingin ng collectively ng lipunan. Kaya ito'y pagkakataon na talagang dalhin natin sa national debate ng food security. And to secure our food, we must secure our farmers and our fisher folk. And there is so much potential in the cacao industry that will address poverty in the rural areas.
That's why we filed this bill. It's just a recognition because I cannot find any region na nakuha nila yung 80% of production for the whole Philippines. Maraming dadating na bill sa atin declaring San Jose, Batangas as the egg capital, and then Catanduanes as the abaca capital. Pero sila mga 30% lang. Ito lang ang 80%.
Yes, which brings us now to some of these issues raised by our Senate President in the interpellation last week. We share a number of the concerns he raised regarding the conflicting positions taken. I understand from the interpellation that the Senate President urged that there be dialogue, or at least that
What happened is, Mr. Senator Pangilinan, we heard this bill in October of 2020, and the group, the Philippine Coconut Industry Council, agreed to approve this bill. But in December of 2020, nagpalit sila ng chairman. Yung chairman ang may ayaw sa bill na to. But we cannot kasi na namin sa committee. And it was approved. And I think it has basis naman na if we cannot give any help, kasi palaging kulang ang help natin sa ating mga cacao farmer, at least we give the recognition para naman ma-inspire sila. And this will also serve as inspiration to other local government, kasi this is a one-page bill na nire-recognize lang ang Davao City as the chocolate capital and then the Davao region as the cacao capital. Wala namang provision dun na they will be kasi sinasabi nila do sa sinasabi nung nagawa ng stand na para daw bakit ibibigay ang privileges sa Davao. There is no provision like that. It's just a recognition. Walang provision whatsoever that they will be treated specially, that they will be given financial assistance, that they will be... In fact, they are the ones helping. Kasi sila yung magaling mag-produce ng seedlings. Sila pa yung nagpapadala ng seedlings all over the Philippines. Kaya yun yung yung sinasabi namin na hindi ito para to the detriment of all the cacao farmers in the rest of the region, di ba?
Yes, we went through one of the position paper of the PCI.
Yes.
I think it was dated February 15. Under the new leadership, as
yes.
explained. But the concern here is that of the 15 regions, 14 of the regional vice presidents, if I'm not mistaken, opposed the measure. And therefore, and I share the concern raised by the Senate.
No, I'm asking DA and because they are the members, the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Trade and Industry. Most of their people are members there. I'm asking them if they agree with this and they have made position paper. O baka oo na hindi sila nag-a-agree dito. The Undersecretary for High Value Crop, and if you look at those attending, marami doon yung mga regional director ng High Value Crop. They didn't agree with the stand. And then there is the Agriculture Council for Agriculture and Fisheries sent by Secretary Dar. Sila sinasabi nila na hindi founded yung mga issues raised.
Yes.
So, isa nila yung mga issues raised.
Was there a clarification from the secretary himself, or was it just an undersecretary? I'm sorry.
No, both the secretary and the undersecretary. And I talked to them to talk to her. Kasi I talked to the Secretary of Agriculture to talk to her and the Secretary of DTI to talk to her. O kasi ang lahat ng member nito, remember, half of these are government officials. I don't think they agree with this because they send me a position paper na hindi naman founded to mga accusation na to. It's a very simple bill. It's just giving recognition to Davao for producing 80% of the production of cacao in the Philippines. Wala naman sinasabi na may special attention na ibibigay sa kanila. Kaya yung sinasabi niya na bias daw to, hindi po to bias. Wala akong nilagay sa bill na ganon.
Yes,
tapos sinasabi niya na Davao City is not the largest cacao producer in the country. It is. It produces 27% of the cacao. It's the biggest. Although the other provinces produce also, but together they produce almost 80% of all the cacao.
I have a copy here. I don't know if.
Yeah.
Yes, just to clarify, Madam Chairperson, we have no objection to the bill in principle. It's just that I think we have to just clarify the issues raised by a number of those.
Yeah. We raised.
Because
we talk about it one by one.
Because what I have here is the copy of Undersecretary Lavinia, which is signed.
Yes.
Who is co-chair. And precisely, silang dalawa ang hindi nagkakasundo sa datos. But the other one is yung PICAF, wala hong pirma ni Secretary Dar.
Kasi ano lang yan their committee, but he sent it to me.
Would it be possible?
I will ask him to sign this if you need be.
Yes, because
kasi ito ang nagpadala nito sa akin siya.
Yes, what we'd like to be clear, at least, for the.
But let's discuss the question. If the question is founded. Diba? Let's discuss it one by one.
Yes.
Diba? The questions he raised.
Yes, but if I may just, before we go into the issues being raised, I think we should have a definitive position from the Secretary himself. Because
I will ask him to send you.
Yes, maybe
I will ask him to send you.
So that it's clear, mahirap po kasi baka sabihin nung 15 na hindi sila pinakinggan o kaya mali ang datos na binigay sa atin or we were given
No.
wrong
I don't rely on the data of the Department of Agriculture. I research my own data. Kaya nga nakita natin na yung data ng DA at yung data ng Bureau of Customs magkaiba.
Yes.
Diba? Kaya nung nag-hearing tayo, nakita natin yon. I don't rely. I confirm also the data of others. But really, may figure too talagang ang 27% of cacao production is from Davao City.
Yes, for as long as the data is because it's contested, but if we can at least go through a process of ensuring that the data is precisely correct, then I have no problem. I just want to make sure that
we confirm the data. I stand by the data.
Yes.
Kasi dati 10,000 ang ito 8,378. So nakikita mo na it's within range.
So
Diba?
it would help us at least on record for the Senate, and so that we can go back to stakeholders and say that the DA has gave us the definitive position on the
I
matter.
will ask Secretary Dar to write to you.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Thank you very much for that. Just another clarification, ma'am, because siguro the other source of conflict and concern is while the Senate version of the bill does not provide for incentives, the House version does.
But they usually, I will promise you that they will follow my version. I promise you that.
Yes, that will.
If that will be the question, actually the intention really is just to give recognition. It's the National High Value Program is a national program. It doesn't benefit any single region. And the coconut bill, if it will be implemented, it will be for the whole country. It's not going to go to Davao only. It's for the whole country.
Yes.
So, and I think I'm fully convinced that they attain this because they work hard for this. I've seen them. I always go to Davao when there was no lockdown. You can see how they really exert to become like this. Sila lang ang nakitaan ko na yung kanilang pasalubong center may special place for cacao, tapos meron silang chocolate cafe, tapos sila lang nakita ko yung napakagandang farm tourism, tourist farm ni Puente Espina. I haven't seen any more tourist farm as beautiful as that of Mrs. Puente Espina. I have gone to so many. And magaling siya talaga. Lahat. Alam niya, merong hotel, merong eskwelahan, merong processing, merong planting, lahat na andon, wala kang maipipintas. And then I've seen also the small ones like Valentin Tortur na siya ang gumawa nung ginagamit ng vocational school na module. Taga Davao din yan eh. Siya ang dating chairman ng yung council na hinihead ni Mrs. Garcia. Dati siya chairman niya. Nung mag-hearing kami nung October, siya chairman. Tapos, parang hindi siya naging interesado kasi nakita niya yata yung Coco Bill na ipopromote yung mga seedlings ng cacao. So gusto niya ngayong mag-produce ng maraming seedlings para do sa Coco Bill. Ano rin sila, entrepreneurial din sila. And napakadami nilang award at napakadami nilang small farmers na nagkaka-award din. So ako, I've been there. I've seen it. I've never seen a place na more dedicated to cacao than the Davao region.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the assurance, Madam Chairperson, that that there will be no
special treatment.
Because
no special treatment.
Just for the record, Section 3 of the House version provides that the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Trade and Industry shall provide sustained programs for the grant of financial, technical, training, marketing, and other assistance to cacao farmers and entrepreneurs engaged in the production of chocolate in Davao City and its contiguous localities. So I think this is one of the reasons why.
I will ask them to remove that.
Yes.
Kasi magbabaycam kami dito eh. Usually naman ang House very cooperative naman when it comes to agriculture. If that would be the question for not recognizing the Davao City and Davao region, they will surely remove that.
Yes, and I think the Senate President also raised the matter of equal protection. And it will also be, I think, it will be an incentive for Davao, but disincentive for the rest of the cacao producing regions in the country. I'd like to think.
I did not include that because I truly believe that the Davao region can do it without the national government. They have been doing it even without the national government. So they don't need any help from the national government. I think they will be the one to help the national government in the high value crop program and the coconut bill if it will be signed by the president. So I truly believe that. I am so convinced kasi I've never seen a private sector and small farmers more dedicated to cacao than the Davao region.
Yes, we would also like to place on record, we went through the PICAF position paper. And the PICAF position paper states that even if the section on incentives is included, the DA will not allow it as it runs counter to the principle of inclusivity that espouses oversight agencies such as Congress and the BM would question such exclusive regional allocation, which is correct. Tama po ba yun, Madam Sponsor?
Yeah.
Well, in that case,
Alam mo ako kasi hindi ako masyadong believer sa national program ng Department of Agriculture. I've done it eh. I've been here for the last 8 years. Miski tanongin nyo, tingin ko talaga ang pag-improve ng agriculture will have to come from the local government.
yes.
It will not come from the national government. Kasi ano to eh, dedication to eh. Diba?
Yes.
Hindi ko nakikita yung dedication na yun from the national government. It really comes from the local government. If you see Albay, pumunta kami sa Israel. Pagkagaling namin sa Israel, nagtayo siya ng napakalaking kumpleto na agricultural place na merong office ng DA, merong processing, merong market, may farm school, merong plantation, yung ganun ba? And now, Batan is doing it. Dahil nang sumama din sila sa Israel, yung pag talagang gusto ng local government, even without the help of the national government, they will succeed.
And
If you,
I agree. And I agree.
Kaya ako, when I travel abroad to see models of successful agriculture, I bring the local government. I don't bring the national government. Kasi kung ma-inspire ko yung local government to do it, I think we will be more successful. O yung mga governors and mayors.
Which is really grassroots participation,
Yes.
inclusivity. We
Yes.
shape our agriculture communities, one community at a time. All stakeholders are involved, rather than a national policy that is being brought down without or lacking in the participation of the local sectors. Ma'am, just last 2 points to reiterate. The good chairperson has committed to having the Secretary of Agriculture officially write and
I will ask him to send you a letter.
and clarify the conflicting data so that the Senate is guided, and that we can say that we made, we voted on this measure precisely because we clarified the facts as there were conflicts. So that's number one. And second, ma'am, as you had already manifested, that the incentives in the Senate version, the House version, while it has incentives, you will commit
In the final version, that will be removed.
because that is one of the sticky points that the PCI.
I promise you that.
Yes. With that, ma'am, and subject na lang to the submission of these letters, and the clarification, we have no other interpellations. And we hope the Secretary can clarify the conflict so that we can finally vote and pass this measure, Mr. President. Madam
I have talked to him to talk to Mrs. Garcia as well as the Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry, and they promised me, but I will ask him to write a letter to the Senate.
And maybe the Secretary of Trade na rin po, kung nakausap na rin ninyo, they can
Sige.
submit.
Kasi silang dalawa yung member niyang council na yan eh. Kasi yung isa processing, yung isa is planting.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am, for the clarification and the opportunity to raise these questions and for the answers, ma'am.
Thank you.
The interpellation.
Thank you also.
The questions.
And it's been a pleasure to answer your questions. Always, Senator Kiko.
Thank you, ma'am.
My honorary member. of the Defense Group.
Thank you, ma'am. Maraming salamat, Senate President, Majority Leader. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, to the gentleman. And of course, last to, I believe, manifest or interpolate is our dear colleague from Taguig, Senator Pia Cayetano. Mr. President, may we recognize her?
Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Walang asawa.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. And to our sponsor of the Committee on Agriculture, I had indicated to her my support for the recognition, but with her permission, allow me to put on record some of my observations, my passion also for chocolate, and then there'll probably be a few questions, but most likely she's just an intermediary, more like directed to the government agencies involved.
Okay, it's a pleasure for me to answer your question.
Thank you. So let me start. I actually had pictures pero gabi na so tsaka nakikita nyo naman ako so I won't bore you with my pictures, but I'm really a chocolate lover. So I actually have a compilation of pictures of me drinking native cacao all over the country, from north to south. And actually that was my how do I put it? My diet or healthy
Hindi ka tumataba sa kakao.
Well, let me continue. The trick there is to discipline yourself and really just have a sip. That's the discipline. Have a sip. If that is possible, kasi pag masarap, mahirap lang talaga yung sip lang, di ba? So on that note, I am a big fan of Davao cacao, both the raw product and the finished products. I have actually attended the Davao del Norte Cacao Festival way back, siguro mga ano na to, maybe 10 years ago. Kasi at that time, I was also very interested in, I had just discovered on my own the joy of eating dark chocolate.
Yeah.
Like most Filipinos, hindi naman tayo exposed sa dark chocolate, di ba? Hindi naman dark
That is
chocolate.
healthier. Oo.
Or yung curly tops.
Oo.
Ano ba yung mga chocolate natin? Yung Surge, hindi naman dark chocolate yon. So, ang exposure dyan. So, believe it or not, my first real exposure to seriously good dark chocolate was in Geneva when I attended the IPU. And I think I have recruited the likes of Sunny Angara, I don't know who else, in becoming a fan of dark Swiss chocolate. So I'm just very passionate about it, Mr. President and Madam Chair. In fact, I remember I always kid you, and sometimes I would bring home Villar chocolates, no? Kasi
there is a brand.
Masasarap na chocolates. And I would always be fascinated na, and I really saw this happen only in the last few years na, you know, where it becomes a thing kung ano yung origin. So naging uso na to say it's Ecuadorian chocolate.
Yes.
It's ano ba yung mga, a lot of them are African and then sometimes South American. And naiinggit ako kasi sabi ko, bakit sila ganon? It's a thing, di ba? And then ang mahal-mahal. Madam Chair, I'm sure you will be, you would confirm that yung mga ganon, yung mga parang coffee, single origin, yung mga chocolate na yan, mas mahal, parang ginagawa pa siyang premium item, correct?
Yes. Yes, so, yung meron silang artisan na sinasabi nila, artisan chocolate. And Malagos from Davao City has been recognized as an artisan chocolate.
Yes. And on that note, I've also been to Cacao City. I have a whole YouTube video on my para akong bata na nasa playground na nag-visit din nung Cacao City. But like I said, I did not put my pictures anymore on the screen, but I really take pictures of when I visited and believe it or not, well, I'm sure Her Honor knows, of course, but for the others, a lot of the good, and I'm already talking about it's not really processed, no, but it's the raw cacao na ginagawa nila. Yung typical drink ng ating mga kababayan is that some they just add water, and then for some they add milk, and a lot of times it's very malabnaw. And I've discovered this and I've enjoyed this in the Carbon Market in Cebu City, in Painitan, in Dumaguete City.
Ang Batangas, yung tableya nila, di ba sikat na sikat yun? Batangas tableya.
Yes. And then also in Bohol, Argao.
I mean, they have one in Bohol. There is a brand in Bohol.
Yes. All over naman talaga meron. So, but of course, I will not dispute Her Honor's numbers that there seems to really be a huge concentration in Davao, and I trust her honors. Pag sinabi, when our chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture says inaral niya, we know that for a fact that, and I've seen it, like I said, no, I've seen the growth organically in Davao. So we have no question there. I just wanted to lay the basis for my interest and my support, no, for acknowledging what her honor is saying, that they deserve the recognition because they have on their own built their cacao industry in the region. So on that note,
Ang brand sa Bohol is Ginto. Ang name ng brand sa Bohol, Ginto. Oo.
Yes, thank you for that. So where I'm coming from are a couple of things. No, I chair the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation and Futures Thinking, and I will not go into the details because Senator Pangilinan correctly pointed out the overlap of our desire to address poverty. That's sustainable goal number 1. Hunger, we know that the farmers are one of the most vulnerable sector because sabi nyo nga, sa kinikita nila ngayon, yung mga coconut farmers natin, wala pang minimum wage, and it is through this intercropping that they will finally, hopefully, be able to make a minimum wage, no? So that's SDG goal number 2. That's SDG goal number 1 is poverty, and decent work is SDG goal number 8. SDG goal 3 is health, and I'll go into why. Years ago, I would say I would go into meetings and tell them randomly that the world is going to face a large scarcity of a particular product, and it will cause chaos in the world. Oh, ano yun? And then they would never imagine that what I was about to say is the world is running out of chocolate. Kasi I'm sure Her Honor knows, diba? The demand for chocolate is so high.
Yes.
And I know that is precisely why Her Honor is supporting measures like this, because sabi nyo nga, walang naman lang nagturo sa kanila na they could easily intercrop and more than double their income, correct?
I want to make a manifestation that when the Senate went to France to visit the parliament in France, I made a side trip sa France to Valrhona Chocolate. That's about 600 kilometers from Paris. I took the fast train and went there because I heard they're coming to the Philippines to buy cacao. And so I want them to come to the Philippines to buy cacao. And they went. I went there in June. They came to the Philippines in October. Ang in-order ba naman 50,000 metric tons of cacao? Saan naman tayo kukuha ng 50,000? 8,000 nga ang production natin ngayon. So, sayang. I mean, ang laki-laki ng demand sa abroad, including the demand in the Philippines. So, sayang talaga yung opportunity na hindi naisip ng ating agriculture na noon pa, tinuro na nila yan. Diba? Bakit ngayon lang? Oo.
And that's why I'm proud to say that I joined Her Honor in this observation, because although I didn't have the numbers at that time, nakita ko na yun just because of even by reading basic magazines here and there, I already knew that this shortage was happening. And why is the demand for chocolate growing even more? It's also because of communication and marketing. Chocolate contains flavonols. This is an antioxidant that supposedly reduces cell damage. So nowadays, health is $1 billion industry. Pati chocolates, nakiride on dun sa health. Kasi you often hear people justify na, mag-chocolate na tayo kasi healthy naman to, kasi may antioxidants, right? Correct, Your Honor?
Yeah. Alam mo naman mga tao, para makaroon sila ng reason na kainin kasi masarap. Diba?
Yes. And then the other thing is, chocolates cacao contains tryptophan, and it's an amino acid supposedly present in small quantities in chocolate or cacao, and this is linked to serotonin. And serotonin is a neurotransmitter that produces that feeling of happiness. Kaya nga, di ba yung mga broken-hearted, mag-chocolate ka na lang. Kasi it elevates your mood. So this
si Mix dapat mag-chocolate na.
So this is widely discussed even in you know, what do you call this, yung fashion magazines, di ba, yung mga tidbits of information. So people ride on with this kind of information. O sige, so if you shift to dark chocolate, sige, doon pa rin naman yung calories, no? Let's not deceive ourselves. The calories are still there, pero supposedly they have all these other benefits. And mental health is a big issue. So I'm really tying this in, Your Honor, that mental health, if of course I will advocate that before you grab the chocolate, go out for a walk first, no? Mag-walk ka muna, mag-run ka muna, because the same kind of adrenaline rush would also give you that feeling of happiness that you can get from serotonin.
If I may just, with the indulgence of my distinguished colleague.
Well, with the permission of Senator Pia and Senator Villar and Senator Cayetano.
Of course.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Pia. I would just like to interject and state also for the record how hard it is to order chocolates last year, Mr. President. If you would recall, every member of the Senate was given by this representation a block of Oro chocolate, Mr. President.
Auro.
Yeah.
That comes from Davao, but processed in Laguna.
Yes, the cacao comes from Davao, and I think it's being manufactured in Laguna, if I'm not mistaken.
Laguna, yes, Laguna. And famous, internationally famous.
Yes, I think, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, the sponsor can correct this representation also. I think they won twice in a row, beating famous branded chocolates like Meiji, for instance, of Japan, Mr. President. But what I just wanted to point out is the supply, Mr. President. Talagang parang kulang yung supply nun, and you have to place the order ahead of time. So I was just wondering, Mr. President, if this particular measure would also look into it dun sa pag-supply, pag-proseso. If I'm not mistaken, ang pinakamalaking processing ng cacao is in Taguig City. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know if the distinguished lady from Taguig would have that data. Yung monthly processing ng cacao would be some 75 metric tons, if I'm not mistaken. I just want to put that on record, Mr. President, because I really think that we need to focus on this, and the Department of Agriculture should look forward to ensure that there will be more supply, Mr. President, because I think a lot of people around the world are amazed of our chocolates, especially yung binanggit niyo po, Senator Cynthia, yung Oro. Talagang the best po yun.
You know, Oro has a retail store in Tokyo. Oro. May retail store sila sa Tokyo. So they're so successful.
Yeah, again, Mr. President, every time I have a visitor from another country and they got the opportunity to try Oro, lahat po sila, Mr. President, talagang tuwan-tuwa at gustong umorder. And just like what the distinguished sponsor made mention a while ago, na nung pumunta ho dito yung mga taga-France, I remember her meeting. I was with her when she was about to meet them the next day when we were in France, distinguished colleague Senator Villar. And I am not surprised that they ordered 50 metric tons, Mr. President. So I hope we do something about it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes.
Thank you, distinguished colleagues.
Yes, Senator Pia.
Yes, okay. Thank you for that, Senator Joel. Nagulat din ako sa info na yun eh. So, but I'll mention that in passing later on also kasi nagulat din ako doon eh. But going back to what I was saying, so ito na nga no, na talagang na-hype na market ng maigi yung benefits of chocolate in all forms, no, not just the finished products. Obviously when I was small, maybe like many of us, ang alam naman lang natin yung mga murang local and then murang imported. But now, yun nga yung artisanal, and they really have a name recall and really charge big money for that. One last point, because I was going through the SDGs. I ended with SDG 8, which is decent work, which we want for all our farmers. And the last SDG relevant to this is industry and innovation. And this is where I segue a bit. Because Her Honor, Mr. Senate President, you all know that we just concluded CREATE, and obviously one of the things that we have been trying to do is to get a higher market value for our products, in which case we are also innovations to the preparation. And Her Honor touched on that also, no, na hindi lang dapat tayo limited dito sa growing and harvesting, but also for us to become processors of that.
Yes.
And so this is the part where I ask Her Honor if before I get there, one last point. I also had the opportunity to go to France, and with the delegation, I was in the House of Representatives at that time. I think it was about 3 or 4 years ago. And I joined the House contingent headed by the Committee on Agriculture to study the agricultural models of France in growing, promoting, and protecting their agricultural products. I wish, so we did that in a classroom setting. And then yung isang visit namin was in the wine industry. So if you ask me, I would have chosen chocolate. Sa inyo na lang sana ako sumama. Because I'm a more of a...
Because Valrhona is the most famous.
Yeah.
Oo.
I would have opted...
10% lang yung chocolate nila. 90% is what you use for baking.
Right.
Chocolate cake, yung mga ganon. Oo, magaling sila. Raw materials for cooking. And they have a cooking school in their factory.
Wow.
They have a cooking school for chocolate.
It makes sense because they sell their products all over the world, and so those who would spend for it might as well be trained to use it properly, diba? So parang full circle. So as I was saying, if I had a choice, I would have chosen chocolate, pero napunta ako sa wine. I'm not much of a wine drinker, but I appreciated that exposure because, like I said, they explained to us how they support the industry from growing, from the plantations to growing, and then promoting the marketing. I'm sure sila yung naglalabas ng info. Similarly, yung sa chocolates, sa wine din, sila din yung naglalabas ng info na a wine a day is good for you, because promote nila yun di ba? And then protecting, that's also another aspect. Because with my background in intellectual property law, I also appreciated that because they explained to us how the legal battles they went through to secure the use of the name champagne. That is that can only legally be used by sparkling wine produced in Champagne. Not
it's a place.
Yes. So hahabulin nila ngayon ang ibang brands na tinatawag nilang XYZ champagne because you cannot do that. But apparently, because of the lobby of California champagne, parang there was the lobby of the United States, no? There was a exception to the rule and they allowed California wine growers to use it, parang California champagne, something like that, no? I mean, there was some political what do you call this? Political yung pinagbigyan. Accommodations, there you go. That's the word I'm looking for. Political accommodations because the lobby group was the United States. So yes, Majority Floor Leader.
Yeah, sorry. Is it a longer manifestation? Matagal-tagal pa, my dear. So,
I will then now go to my questions, which we will just ask Her Honor to
all right, thank you.
Yes,
yeah,
thank
just
you.
a call from our people. Thank you.
Okay. So on that note, I just wanted to lay the basis of how important the whole process is, no? And Her Honor has also said that, no, that this is just one process, recognizing the efforts that the Davao growers have put in. His Honor Senator Joel, to my surprise, utter surprise, we both received the same document that showed that it's a document that shows it's the cacao processors' volume of production. And regionally, I think as a region, one of the highest naman talagang Davao, it says 50 metric tons a month. But then in other regions, combined, it's 133,000. However, what struck me was there's one city that produced 72,000 metric tons, 72 metric tons. And it's Taguig City. Sobrang nagulat ako kasi di naman ako familiar.
Wala sa listahan ng Taguig City dito eh. I have a list of where the processed products are coming from with the brand. Wala akong nakita from Taguig.
That's
So
why, ma'am,
we will research that.
Yeah, we'll give it to you because I also got surprised. I didn't even know this, no? And then there's even the name of the company. It's TP Foods and Cacao Monster in Taguig City. So
Baka ano to, imported. Hindi Davao.
No, well, I'm told that their source is from their agent is from Davao or Cagayan de Oro, pero they source from all over. So including Davao. Anyway, I will give, if Her Honor, this document, I believe, came from the council. So if you don't have a copy, I will give you one.
I will research that.
Yeah, only because I am tying it into the bigger picture, which I will simply ask Her Honor to check with the economic team, no, whether it's the DAR and DTI. Na ano ba ang objective natin? I have no problem recognizing the biggest growers, and that would appear to be Davao region, no? And I congratulate them for a job well done. But if we're going to recognize the biggest producer, so should I now single out TP Foods and Cacao Monster of Taguig City? Hindi naman yun yung purpose ko, no? Pero I'm just saying na I think, and it's similar to what Senator Pangilinan was saying, there should be a clear direction on the part of DAR, DTI, I don't know who else, on how we are supporting this industry. And this is where this is the final point I make, because I will trust Her Honor to ask our secretaries to work on this. When we recognize the work that has been done by a particular region, or for that matter, a particular industry or a company, because we do that, no, we recognize. How can we assure that this results in truly being inspirational to the others? Because it's a little bit, I feel a little bit uneasy about bills being filed recognizing different provinces or cities for certain productions without DAR and DTI, and I don't know who else, having that master plan. And that's why I go back to France, where it was very clear that it wasn't a matter of saying Champagne has the best sparkling wine in France. No, but it's just that they recognized and they supported Champagne and help promote that brand. But there could be another sparkling wine in France that might be equally or even more.
Because the place is Champagne, I think.
Yes.
Where it came from.
Yes. The approach is the place. So, but for them to be able to do that, they did not say that they cannot promote another place that is called another name. I just want to be sure that we look at the bigger picture, because whether it's cacao that we will be promoting or recognizing, it could be another industry. And I am just worried that this would set a precedent where we know naman the well-meaning intents of our colleagues in the House, no, that they want to support their constituents, and yet it may be to the detriment of other areas where nagsusumikap din naman, di ba? So I want the government agencies to be clear on the directions, because if I were asked, what I would prefer is that they come up with some kind of Hall of Fame recognition. So our law would be something more like authorizing them to come up with this Hall of Fame recognition, where for the next 10 years, you recognize who's the best. And then after that, Hall of Famer ka na, and you encourage others to become the best also. Something
I
like that,
think it
Wang,
should be a different bill because the bills that came from the House is very definite. But this one is a general bill that we will ask DA and DTI to recognize the best performer every year. And pag matagal ka na, Hall of Famer ka, tapos magre-recognize ng bago to give chance naman to sa mga gagaling in the future. But they have regional commitments of regions to achieve the 100,000 metric tons production of cacao. And ang commitment din ng doon ng Davao region is 60,000. From 8,000, they're committing to grow sa 60,000 metric tons of cacao. So, at kung titingnan mo, I will send you the yung tinatawag nilang Philippine Cacao Industry Roadmap. I will send it to you, Pia, Senator Pia, and you will see that they will not renege on their pinakamalaki pa din siya at pagkalaki-laki relative to others. Kasi sinabi nga ni Secretary Senator Bato na ang production ng Davao is 80%, rest of Mindanao is additional 10%, so 90% galing sa Mindanao, 3% ang Visayas, 8% ang Luzon. Yan yung production ng cacao. So talagang true to form, miski doon sa roadmap nila, Davao region will remain the biggest producer of cacao.
Sige, thank you, Senator
I will send this to you and the brand of chocolate from different places so that we can include the one from Taguig. I did not see that in the list. There are 20 brands in the list. I didn't see that from Taguig. So,
sige, thank you. Sasabihin ko kay Mayor Lino Cayetano na
yes.
I have given Taguig a claim to fame in the land of chocolate. Thank you very much, ma'am. We will await then the response of the departments on their approach because we'd like to be able to give support also not just verbally but by any legal means. But we don't want it to be in a way that might derail or achieve the opposite effect on the other regions who would feel that by law na recognized, and what if they improve, then they don't have a chance, or what do we do? Do we repeal?
I will write a bill on that. I will write a bill on that.
Yes.
I will write a bill on that. Okay.
Thank you.
But I will ask the high value crop program, sila yung in charge ng cacao. Cacao is a high value crop program. And then I will ask also sila rin yung sa PCA, mag-i-implement ng PCA intercropping sa coconut. When I went to Valrona, they have a museum of cacao, and their museum, it shows there that the cacao is planted under the coconut tree in the museum. So talagang it's accepted that cacao is intercropping to coconut.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Sponsor and Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much to our distinguished colleague from Taguig. We have no other members who wish to interpolate the measure. Mr. President, I move to close the period of interpolation.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of interpolation is closed.
And if the chairperson is ready with their amendments, Mr. President, I move to open the period of amendments, Mr. President.
I don't think there will be amendments because it's a one-page bill. It's very simple. Very simple bill. It's one page.
Okay,
bill.
Mr. President, with that, the move to close the period of, yes, Mr. President.
It's just a recognition. Wala nang sinabi dun sa bill.
Can we do this tomorrow? Because I really want to find out if in the first Congress up to now we have already passed a law that recognizes.
Okay, Mr. President.
Recognition lang, why a law? So let's
in fact, there will be two laws coming. One for egg and one for abaka. So this is the first one.
Then Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Okay. With that, we move to suspend muna consideration temporarily.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Hearing none. Consideration suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Yes, Mr. President, we have just three very quick bills on the line because our colleagues in the House of Representatives have been waiting for this. It's only for sponsorship, Mr. President, with the permission of the body. I move to transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order House Bill number 6413 and the committee report number 168. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, so transferred.
Mr. President, I move to consider House Bill number 6413 as the Secretary to read the title of the measure. Mr. President, may we recognize Senator Franklin Drilon, our Minority Floor Leader. Oh, what happened?
The Minority Leader is recognized.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. President. My attention has been called on the issue of the amendment I inserted on the effectivity clause. And concern has been raised by the staff of Senator Angara and also by some congressmen in the House, who are concerned that the amendment that I inserted on Section 17 of Senate Bill number 2057, this is the vaccine program bill, would limit the effectivity up to September 16, 2020. Mr. President, just for the record, just so this can be clear, the intention is to make this bill's effectivity coincide with the effectivity of Proclamation 1021, which declared a state of calamity. And under the proclamation, the dispositive portion expressly allows an extension upon proclamation or upon order of the president. And let me read the dispositive portion of proclamation 1021. It says, "Now therefore I, Rodrigo Roa Duterte, President of the Philippines, by virtue of the powers vested in me by the Constitution and existing laws, do hereby extend the declared state of calamity throughout the Philippines for a period of 1 year from September 13, effective September 13 September 2020 to 12 September 2021, unless earlier lifted or extended as circumstances may warrant." So just for the record, Mr. President, our intention is the moment Proclamation 1021 is extended, the law is likewise extended because it is premised on the proclamation of the state of calamity. So as long as the state of calamity is in existence by act of the president, this law will continue to be effective. Just we want to state that on the record, Mr. President.
Yes, I was consulted earlier on the matter. And I thought I was able to put it to rest because that's precisely what I said. They said that it will end in the certain date that they mentioned. And I said,
September
if it
13.
ends there, that means there is no longer a state of calamity. Oh,
Yes.
if it is extended, then the provision that was placed there exactly says so that it will be extended. It will end
Yes.
on the time that the proclamation was extended. It's as simple as that. They did not read the amendment. I don't know. I thought I was able to put it to rest earlier when they asked me and consulted me the matter.
Yeah, nevertheless, Mr. President,
I welcome the explanation of the minority leader because that is precisely what I told them.
may I make a
So, for the
suggestion, Mr.
record.
President, for the record? If it is not acceptable to the House, well, they could make perfecting amendments in a paper BICAM, a simple paper BICAM,
Yes.
which can be approved.
Mr. Majority Leader, Mr. President, I was talking to Congressman Juni Kua and Dax Kua, the governor, And they agreed. All right, if that's the interpretation, that's okay with us. And it was just a request that we make it of record for future reference, so that there is no question that if Proclamation 1021 is extended, then the law is likewise extended. If 1020 Proclamation 1021 is terminated, that means there is no longer a state of calamity, and therefore the law should likewise terminate. And that interpretation is really our intention, and I want to place it on record. And for the record, we explained this to Congressman Kua, and he agreed. So,
may I ask a question? May I ask a question to our distinguished colleague, Mr. President, our Minority Floor Leader, who was a former Executive Secretary as well. On the Proclamation 1051, I don't know.
1021.
1021. To extend that, would they have to come up with a new proclamation to extend that?
They can come up with a proclamation and say Proclamation 1021A, or they can come up with a new proclamation saying that the state of calamity will be extended. So there is.
So it's not limited only to 1021.
That's correct. For the record, it is not limited to 1021, but the existence of the state of calamity, whether it's 1021 or another number, Mr. President.
Okay, understood, Mr. President.
Nevertheless, we have placed that on record, and the scholars of the future, if they would want to look into it, that is precisely what we meant, and what we mean. All right.
Very good.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you.
I also move, Mr. President, that the Secretariat reflect into the records the intent of the proponent, for the record.
Yes, so directed.
Yeah, that's on record.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. May we continue with the consideration as the Secretary to read the title of the measure. Thank you.
Consideration of the measure. Secretary will read the title of the measure.
House Number 6413, an act dividing the province of Maguindanao into two provinces, namely Northern Maguindanao and Southern Maguindanao.
George Leader.
Yes, may we recognize the sponsor of the measure, our distinguished colleague from Cavite, Senator Francis Tolentino.
Chairman of the Committee on Local Government, Senator Francis Tolentino, the lawyer, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Taking over the majority.
Thank you likewise to my other colleague who is physically present here, the pro-labor. My pro-labor colleague from Bulacan. Mr. President, I am directed by the Committee on Local Government, to whom was referred House Bill 6413, entitled an act dividing the province of Maguindanao into two provinces, namely Northern Maguindanao and Southern Maguindanao, and taking into consideration Senate Bills number 1274, 1714, and 1824, and report the same to the Senate with certain amendments. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, karangalan ko pong ilahad ang resulta ng mga paghearing ng Committee ng Local Government tungkol po sa paghahati ng lalawigan ng Maguindanao. Maguindanaoan means people of the floodplain because they primarily inhabit the broad Pulangi River Valley Delta and the Delta, which are occasionally flooded. The Pulangi River has its origins in the mountains from Liguasan Marsh and Lake Buluan. At the end of the 15th century, Sharif Muhammad Kabungsuan of Jori introduced Islam in the area. He married a local princess, Iranum tribe of Malabang and Maguindanao, and established the Sultanate of Maguindanao. The Cotabato Valley formed the Sultanate's heartland, but its influence extended from the Zamboanga Peninsula to the Sarangani Bay and Davao. During the Spanish occupation, the Spaniards launched expeditions to subdue the area, but they never gained control of Maguindanao and the entire region until the middle of the 19th century. Maguindanao has 36 municipalities, 11 of which constitute the first district, while 25 municipalities comprise the second district. It has a total population of 1,173,933 based on the 2015 official population count, the total land area of 569,109.54 hectares, and an estimated average annual income of 714.56 million as duly certified by the Bureau of Local Government Finance of the Department of Finance. Maguindanao is blessed with rich and abundant natural resources and other provinces can only dream of having. Despite the existence of this vast potential, political and economic barriers persist. The size of the province remains to be a challenge for the provincial government to provide basic services like public health care, education, and transportation to the most remote of villages. The local government code provides, Mr. President, that the province may be created if it has an average annual income as certified by the DOF of not less than 20 million pesos based on the 1991 constant prices and either any of the following requisites. 1, contiguous territory of at least 2,000 square kilometers as certified by the Lands Management Bureau, population of not less than 250,000 as certified by the National Statistics Office. In 2006, the province of Sherip Kabunsuan was created by the ARMM Regional Assembly through Muslim Mindanao Act of 201 pursuant to RA 9054 or Act amending RA 6734 entitled An Act Providing for the Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. The constituents of Maguindanao ratified the measure in a plebiscite by an affirmative vote of 285,372. However, the Supreme Court in 2008 in the case of SEMA versus Comelec, the Supreme Court declared as unconstitutional the creation of a new province by the ARMM Regional Assembly. Despite the Supreme Court decision, Mr. President, the clamor of the people of Maguindanao is to create a separate province as shown by the resolutions of 13 municipalities. The Provincial Board of Maguindanao passed a resolution likewise endorsing the creation of a new province on the basis of various resolutions of the component municipalities of the province. The Municipal Vice Mayor's League, the Vice Mayor's League, and other concerned sectors of the province also filed the respective position papers and petitions supporting the division of the province. A proposed province of Northern Maguindanao shall be composed of the following 12 municipalities: Barira, Buldon, Dato Bla Sinsuat, Dato Udin Sinsuat, Kabuntalan, Matanog, Northern Kabuntalan, Parang, North Upi, Sultan Kudarat, Sultan Mastura, and Talitay. On the other hand, the proposed province of Southern Maguindanao shall be composed of the following 24 municipalities, namely Ampatuan, Buluan, Dato Abdullah, Sangki, Dato Angal Magtimbang, Dato Hofer Ampatuan, Dato Montawal, Dato Paglas, Dato Piang, Dato Salibo, Dato Saudi Ampatuan, Dato Unsay, General Salipada K. Pendatun, Gindulungan, Mama Sapano, Mangundadato, Pangulangan, Paglat, Pandag, Raha, Buayan, Sharip Agwak, Sharip Saiduna, Mustafa, Sultan sa Barungis, Talayan, and South Upi. This measure, Mr. President, will seek to accelerate the political, social, and economic development of a new province or new provinces and bring government services nearer, more accessible, and responsive to the needs of the respective constituents. On a broader perspective, the creation of more public offices as a consequence of the division will further expand the democratic space for qualified and dedicated public servants to participate in the governance of the provinces. Finally, this measure is the embodiment of the people of Maguindanao's vision and aspirations to create a new province to promote their welfare and enhance their socio-economic conditions. Mr. President, before I end this, allow me to show a short AVP, 3 minutes, prepared by the people of Maguindanao, Mr. President, and which this representation would want to be part of the records of these proceedings. And if the presentation is ready, can we have it just for 3 minutes?
The province of Maguindanao, a land rich in natural resources, cultural diversity, and filled with people who fought hard for peace. Unknown to many, Maguindanao offers places of beauty that encapsulate love and respect for differences. Just a short drive from Cotabato
So we see
City,
the culture, tourism.
Dean Sinsuat. He'll be amazed with the magnificence of Masjid Al-Nasir Abbi and the White Mosque. 4 towns away from Dato Udin Sinsuat, we see the gleaming beauty of the Pink Mosque, located right at the heart of Datu Saudi Ampatuan. For the Maguindanaoans, the mosque signifies unity, love, interfaith brotherhood, and peace. In fact, despite being one of the largest Islamic provinces in the country, Christians live peacefully in Maguindanao. This is evident through the famous Our Lady of Lourdes Grotto, a popular pilgrimage site for the Catholic faithful. The province is blessed with natural resources. The Liguasan Marsh that lies in the heart of Maguindanao is home to vast natural gas deposits, so huge that it would not only bring in billions of dollars in revenues, it would also help lessen our dependence on imported petroleum. Currently, Maguindanao province has 36 municipalities, 11 of which constitute the 1st district, while the remaining 25 municipalities comprise the 2nd district. 2015 data from the Philippine Statistics Authority also shows that the province has a total population of 1.173 million. Its land area stretches up to more than 569,000 hectares, a size which is 9 times bigger than Metro Manila. It has an estimated average regular income of 714.56 million pesos, as duly certified by the Bureau of Local Government Finance of the Department of Finance. To accelerate political and economic development, Maguindanaoans are clamoring to partition the province. Maguindanao is more than qualified for partition. Under the Local Government Code, a province may be created if it has an annual income of not less than 20 million pesos, a contiguous territory of at least 2,000 square kilometers, as certified by the Land Management Bureau, or a population of not less than 250,000 inhabitants, as certified by the National Statistics Office. The proposed province of Northern Maguindanao shall be composed of 12 municipalities, with Datu Udin Sinsuat as its capital.
Already mentioned this,
Southern
Mr.
Maguindanao
President.
shall
We
be
can
composed
abbreviate
of
the
24
ABP.
municipalities.
To wrap up, Mr. President, the measure answers the clamor of the people of Maguindanao to have more space insofar as governance is concerned, and the same clamor echoed by other our countrymen in other parts of the country to have development and to have peace. That's why, Mr. President, I implore our colleagues that this measure be passed. And I'd like to thank the Senator from Bulacan, Senator Joel Villanueva, for joining me in pushing this measure. He was very active during the committee hearings, and I thank him again for being very supportive. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, may we recognize also to sponsor the measure Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr.
Senator Bong Revilla is recognized. Go ahead.
Okay.
Senator Revilla.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is my privilege and honor to co-sponsor House Bill number 6413, entitled An Act Dividing the Province of Maguindanao into 2 provinces, namely Northern Maguindanao and Southern Maguindanao. as a co-author of the measure, having filed Senate Bill number 1274, this representation is in full support of the passage of House Bill number 6413, as reported by the Committee on Local Government under the able leadership of Senator Francis Tolentino, my kababayan. This legislative measure is an embodiment of the aspiration of our brothers and sisters in Maguindanao to create a new province as they did back in 2006. By virtue of Muslim Mindanao Act number 201, passed by the Regional Assembly of the Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao on August 28, 2006, some municipalities in Maguindanao was carved out to create a new province, which was called Sharif Kabunsuan. However, in 2008, or barely 2 years after its existence, it was reverted back to be a part of Maguindanao. This is because of the Supreme Court declared unconstitutional Section 19, Article 6 of Republic Act number 9054, which grants the armed regional assembly by the power to create provinces. Ginoong Pangulo, matagal na pong minimithi ng ating mga kababayan, ng ating mga kapatid na Maguindanaoan na magkaroon ng panibagong lalawigan mula sa kasalukuyang nasasakupan nito. Nakamtam nila ito, ngunit panandalian lamang. Naunsami, subalit hindi sila tumigil sa pagsusumikap na maisa katuparan nito. Ang panukalang batas na ito ay suportado din ng mga lokal na pamahalaan ng Maguindanao, kasama mga pamunuang lokal at politikal at lahat ng mga stakeholders. Mr. President, the creation of a new province within the Maguindanao will allow a more effective and responsive governance that will lead towards sustainable economic and social and political progress in both provinces sa pamamagitan po ng panukalang ito. Inaasahan natin ang mas malawig na paninilbihan ng mga pinuno at mas maigting na pagkakaisa ng mga nasasakupan ng mga lalawigang ito. Charles Darwin once wisely said that it is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent. It is the one that is most adaptable to change. Kaya naman, magtulungan po tayo upang maisakatuparan ang pangarap ng ating mga kababayan sa Maguindanao. Handang-handa na po sila na tahakin ang landas ng pagbabago at pag-unlad. Again, I would like to congratulate ang aking napakasipag na kababayan, Senator Francis Tolentino. Saludo ako sa iyo, pare ko. Mabuhay po kayo, mga Maguindanaoan. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Mr. President.
Senator Villanueva.
Yes, Mr. President, as co-sponsor of the measure, may I just be allowed to insert for the record my sponsorship speech, but at the same time commend, as the Bible says, give honor to whom honor is due. We'd like to commend and congratulate our hardworking chair of the Committee on Local Government, Senator Francis Tolentino. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. In due time, when your period of interpellation will be brought up, I will also signify manifestation of support of the measure and clarificatory questions to the good gentleman in support of the measure. So with that, Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration of House Bill number 6413. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Motion's approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order House Bill number 6867 under Committee Report number 167. As a move.
Any objection? Hearing none, so transferred.
Mr. President, I move to consider House Bill number 6867 and ask Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Secretary will read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 6867, an act reapportioning the province of Bulacan into 6 legislative districts.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. May we recognize our distinguished colleague from Cavite, no other than a chairperson of the Committee on Local Government, Senator Francis Tolentino.
Senator Francis Tolentino is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, Mr. President, I have the honor to report out to this distinguished body Committee Report number 167, recommending the approval of House Bill 6867, taking into consideration Senate Bill number 1787, entitled An Act Reapportioning the Province of Bulacan into 6 legislative districts. Just a few minutes by car from our place, Mr. President. Bulacan is considered the melting pot of the past and present, a cross between the countryside and the urban section of our society, Mr. President. The province name is derived from the Tagalog word bulak or cotton, which was its former principal product. Bulacan had a modest start with the small fishing settlements along the coast of Manila Bay, which expanded with the arrival of the Spaniards. The settlements formed the nucleus of towns which were founded from 1572, Bulacan and Kalumpit, 1750, San Rafael, 1848, the town of San Miguel, which was annexed to Bulacan from Pampanga. Bulacan is a very special place, Mr. President, and replete with historical significance. Bulacan is honored as one of the 8 rays of the sun in the national flag, Mr. President. The first phase of the Philippine Revolution ended with the signing of the Pact of Biak na Bato in San Miguel, Bulacan. The second phase saw the drafting of the Constitution of the First Philippine Republic by the Malolos Congress at the Baraswain Church in 1898, which incidentally, Mr. President, a painting mural hangs outside the door of this representation's office. Malolos became the birthplace of the first constitutional democracy in Asia. Following the Filipino-American War, the United States established a civil government and the first ever elections in the country. The first election in the country, Mr. President, was held in the town of Baliwag on May 6, 1899. Bulacan not only prides itself with history, it is home to heroes like Francisco Baltazar, the Prince of Filipino poets, Marcelo H. del Pilar, the great propagandist, and Gregorio del Pilar, the hero of Tirad past. Forward to the present age, Mr. President. Bulacan has become home to many progressive cooperatives, small and medium-scale industries, which include jewelry making, leather crafting, pyrotechnics, furniture, garment manufacturing, and leisure resorts. And not to mention, Mr. President, relative to a resolution I filed a few weeks ago, and this has gained the approval of the President of the Philippines, earmarking a portion of Bulacan in Malolos as a pharmaceutical hub of the Philippines. The first pharmaceutical hub where we will have our own research and development and probably be a laboratory for vaccines, Mr. President. Bulacan is the gateway to Northern Philippines, has 569 barangays, 21 municipalities, and 3 component cities with a population of 3,292,071 as of 2015. Bulacan at present has 4 congressional districts. By virtue of Republic Act 9230, San Miguel del Monte was separated from the 4th district and became a lone district in 2003. The bills under consideration consolidated aim to reapportion the province of Bulacan into 6 legislative districts to ensure equitable representation of the inhabitants of the province owing to its large population and its steadily growing commercial sector. The reapportionment seeks to bolster swift and efficient delivery of services, to improve economic and operational limitations, especially amid rehabilitation efforts post-pandemic. The rationale of the legislative apportionment is to guarantee that every legislative district is sufficiently represented to better address the varying needs of its constituents, as provided for under Article 6, Section 5 of the 1987 Constitution, which provides that each legislative, and I quote, each legislative district shall comprise, as far as practicable, contiguous, compact, adjacent territory. Each city with a population of at least 250,000 or each province shall have at least 1 representative, unquote. As early as 2010, data gathered from the Philippine Statistics Office showed that Bulacan was one of the top provinces top 10 in the underrepresented legislative districts, with the 1st district at top 5, the 4th district at top 6, the 2nd district at top 10, and based on the 2015 census, Bulacan has the 2nd largest population in the country, next only to Cavite. Based on the 2015 census, the 1st legislative district of Bulacan has a population of 717,820, the 2nd district 707,207, the 3rd district 546,256, and the 4th district 746,699. These numbers certified by the PSA only confirm how packed, how dense, and immensely populated the current legislative districts are. The reapportionments for a clearer picture insofar as our colleagues are concerned are the following. District 1, population 777,820, composed of Kalumpit, the municipalities of Kalumpit, Hagonoy, Paumbong, Pulilan, Bulacan, and the city of Malolos. The 2nd district, population 324,728, composed of the following municipalities: Baliwag, Bustos, and Plaridel. The 3rd district, population is 375,671, composed of San Ildefonso, San Miguel, San Rafael, and Doña Remedios Trinidad. The 4th district, population is 490,245, composed of Ubando, Marilao, and the city of Maykawayan. The 5th district, population is 382,409, composed of Giginto, Balagtas, Pandi, and Bukawi, the home municipality of Senator Villanueva. The 6th district, population is 427,039, composed of Santa Maria, Norsagaray, and Angat. Bulacan is only expected to accelerate its development with prospects of boundless commercial progress brought about by, number 1, the future creation of the 740 billion Bulacan International Airport, which is targeted to be operational by 2025. The opening of the Bulacan Pharma Zone, which I mentioned a while ago. Both would be pivotal in the infrastructure expansion, economic growth, and increased migration. It is my firm belief, dear colleagues, Mr. President, that redistricting Bulacan would not only be a legislative foresight on our part, as the rapid economic and infrastructure growth would bring in more people in the future, it would be also a recognition of the many achievements of the local government and the varying needs of the people who comprise this thriving province. With this in mind, I ask for your fervent support that we finally give the people of Bulacan additional representation and clearer voice in the halls of Congress. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. May we recognize Senator Joel Villanueva, Mr. President.
Senator Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Majority Floor Leader. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, at this juncture, let me first congratulate and thank our chairperson of the Committee on Local Government, Senator Francis Tolentino, for immediately acting on this very important measure. We also would like to thank members of the House of Representatives, Congressman Apple Pancho, Congressman Henry Villarica, Congresswoman Silverio, Governor Daniel Fernando, Vice Governor Willie Alvarado, who also attended the hearing of the Committee on Local Government. Mr. President, reapportioning our provinces to create additional legislative districts, it's not just simply about moving territorial boundary lines or adding seats in Congress. The more noble reason is to strengthen our democracy and to give better representation of our people in policy making. It's also about managing and carrying capacity of our provinces, especially in terms of space and other resources, to limit urban sprawl. Ultimately, we want spaces that meet the needs of all within the means of our environment. Mr. President, this is our vision for our home province, our beloved province of Bulacan. That's why we fully support the reapportionment of the province into 6 legislative districts to give premium room for equitable growth to all of our 21 municipalities, 3 cities, and 569 barangays. As a Bulakenyo myself, I believe that the passage of this bill can also help us balance the needs of our urban and rural residents so that every Bulakenyo can come together to work, learn, play, and relate with one another with dignity and respect. At present, Bulacan population stands at 3.3 million, the third highest in the country. With a growth rate of 3.26%, our population will reach 6.3 million by 2050, nearly doubling our current population level. Mr. President, we are now constructing, as made mention by our distinguished chair, the construction of the new Manila International Airport in Bulacan, Bulacan, which is expected to serve 100 million passengers annually. The new Clark City, our new government center, is just a stone's throw away from the province. These developments point to the need for better and strategic reapportionment of the province of Bulacan to ensure that consultations and dialogues will be effectively carried out and that our people's voices will always be heard. Mr. President, habang lumalaki po ang representasyon na ito sa dakilang bayan ng Bukawi, gustong-gusto ko pong dumadaan sa isang arko papasok at palabas ng Bulacan kung saan nakasulat po ang mga katagang maligayang pagdating sa Bulacan, bayan ng magigiting at magagandang dilag. Isa po ang aming lalawigan ng Bulacan sa naging kanlungan ng mga magigiting na mga bayaning Pilipino at mga revolusyonaryong nakipaglaban para sa kasarinlan ng Pilipinas noon. Sa pamamagitan po ng reapportionment ng Bulacan, natitiyak ko pong lalong lalawak ang lagusan papasok at palabas ng aming mahal na probinsya para sa mga binhi at bunga ng kaunlaran. Sa akin pong pagtatapos, Ginoong Pangulo, gusto ko rin pong sabihin bukod sa Bulacan, ang isa pang probinsyang nanguna din po noong panahon ng himagsikan ay ang lalawigan ng Cavite, kung saan naman nagmula ang ating magaling at magiting na sponsor, Senator Francis Tolentino. Muli, Ginoong Pangulo, maraming salamat at pagpalain tayong lahat ng ating Panginoong Diyos.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we'd like to also put on record that Senator Bongo would like to be made co-sponsor of the measure just at hand.
All right, do you place that on record?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration suspended.
Finally, Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the category ordinary business to special order House Bill number 7700 under Committee Report number 169. I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none, so transferred.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we consider House Bill number 7700 and ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order. Secretary will read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 7700, an act reapportioning the first legislative district of the city of Caloocan into 2 legislative districts.
May we once again, Mr. President, recognize the sponsor, Senator Francis Tolentino, for his sponsorship of the measure.
Senator Tolentino is recognized as sponsor of the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Once again, I am directed by the Committee on Local Government, to whom was referred House Bill 7700, entitled An Act Reapportioning the First Legislative District of the City of Caloocan into 2 legislative districts. This measure will ultimately result in the division of the City of Caloocan into 3 legislative districts, and I acknowledge the measure filed likewise by Senator Amy Marcos, Senate Bill 2028, entitled An Act Reapportioning the First Legislative District of the City of Caloocan into 2 legislative districts, Mr. President, together with the active participation during the committee hearings of Senator Joel Villanueva. Mr. President, Caloocan. Konti lang po nakakaalam, Mr. President, that Caloocan was a small barrio of Tondo, Mr. President. And I made my own search, Mr. President, that Tondo was separate from the city of Manila before. In fact, there were land titles before issued marking Tondo as a separate entity. When it was still a small barrio in Tondo, Caloocan was called Aromahan or Libis Espina by Spanish colonizers as it was located in a libis or lowland. Its present name came from the Tagalog root word look or bay, which is attributed to its nearness to Manila Bay. Some folk tales narrate that the city derived its name from Sulok, as Caloocan is situated at the very end where the towns of Tondo and Tambobong, Mr. President. Tambobong is now called Malabon meet. Hence, the word Caloocan is a play on the Tagalog word kasulok-sulukan. Nasa sulok po siya. Once part of Tondo, its strategic location paved the way for progress and development until such time that it became an independent municipality in 1815, well ahead of the Philippine Republic, and was inducted to cityhood in 1962. From a humble, low-lying barrio, the city of Caloocan has flourished into a bustling urban area that it is today. It was through an ordinance in 1986 that Caloocan City was apportioned into 2 legislative districts. The city's population was only 645,000 then. According to the 2015 census, the population of Caloocan then was 1,583,978.75. 75% of the said figure belonged to the first legislative district, while the remaining belonged to the second district. The population of Caloocan City is projected to increase to 1,699,908 in 2021. Yet, the number of legislative districts in Caloocan remains at constant 2 representatives, Mr. President, which poses major challenges in the delivery of public services. Reapportioning the city will ensure that the voice of our constituents in Caloocan is heard and their needs are addressed. The city of Caloocan is composed of 188 barangays, 70 of which comprise the present first legislative district, while 118 barangays comprise the second legislative district. If or once the reapportionment is concluded, 11 barangays from the first district will form part of the third legislative district. Moreover, after the reapportionment, the projected population of the first district, based on the estimated 2020 population growth, would be 947,377. The second district, 414,283. And the new third district, 318,393. Way above the requirement of the law. I would like to highlight that the proposed reapportionment complies with the requirements for a legislative district under Section 5, Article 6 of the 1987 Constitution. And I quote, "Each legislative district shall comprise, as far as practicable, contiguous, compact, and adjacent territory. With respect to population as stated, each of the proposed district has a population of more than 250,000. On the subject matter of territory, Caloocan City is unique as it includes 2 separate territories by virtue of Republic Act number 392 way back in 1949, even before the enactment of the Local Government Code, which included a certain areas between the first and second districts of Caloocan into the boundary of Quezon City. It is likewise adjacent with the great province of Bulacan. Nonetheless, the proposed third legislative district do not cross over these areas and will comprise only compact, contiguous, and adjacent barangays. The passage of this bill, Mr. President, will ensure a more equitable and reasonable representation for the people of Bulacan in Congress. Upon its enactment, we expect the delivery of basic services will surely be enhanced. This will ultimately redound to the benefit and welfare of every resident of Caloocan. And to add, Mr. President, I have learned, having served Metro Manila before, that Caloocan City is in a unique position. One legislative district, which this measure covers, the proposed third district, will be one of the major endpoints of the MRT-7, a very important aspect of an urban area. The other, the first legislative district, will be the endpoint of the now and ongoing construction subway system for Metro Manila. So it places the city of Caloocan in a unique position in terms of transportation modality, being at the crossroads of modern transportation system 5 years from now. I seek the help of our colleagues for the passage of this measure. And before I end, Mr. President, allow me again to have 3 minutes of your time to show a short video presentation prepared by the people of Caloocan City. Can we have the video, VTR, please?
The city of Caloocan, known as the cradle of Philippine Revolution and the historic gateway to the north, portrays a significant role as among the major commercial and industrial hubs in metropolitan Manila. Caloocan City presently has only 2 districts serving approximately 1.7 million population, occupying a land area of 5,333 hectares. With the proposed reapportioning of the first district into 2 legislative districts, the 188 barangays of the city will be redistributed. The provision of social services has always been a priority in Caloocan. About 176 medical and other health amenities are dispersed within the city. To accelerate human capital development, the city has a total of 257 educational facilities catering to primary, secondary, and tertiary education. Caloocan prides itself of its efficient transportation network with seamless connection promoting mobility of goods and services. The major road networks with region-wide significance include EDSA, Quirino Highway, Rizal Avenue Extension, General Luis Road, and NLEX. Traffic flow will be enhanced when Harbor Link and NLEX-SLEX connector are finally completed. The city will also benefit from rail transport services when MRT-7 is completed. The alignment of MRT-7 is from North Avenue, passing via Quirino Highway with a terminal station at Pangarap Village in Tala. On the other hand, the construction of Metro Manila Subway Rail Project is ongoing. This will run from Mindanao Avenue Extension to Naiya Airport, with its last station in the north at the boundary of the cities of Valenzuela and Caloocan. The economic situation of Caloocan City is stable. Based on COA Annual Financial Report in 2019, Caloocan ranks 8th among the cities in the country with the biggest amount of total assets. In terms of income, the combined internal revenue allotment, real property tax, and local taxes of the 3 districts amounts to 1.617 billion pesos. The proposed 3rd district of Caloocan City is very promising. The booming economy of San Jose del Monte City, Bulacan has opened up opportunities for the 3rd district to further unleash its socio-economic potential. It is a progressive place for haven. The Tala Leprosarium and Malaria Barracks have transformed into a self-contained community. Through the years, the residents, characterized by people with homogeneous culture, coming from the early original settlers of Hansonites, had established their families in the area and were later joined by other migrant residents. The proposed 3rd district houses an estimated 1,123 establishments based on the 2020 BPLO list of establishments and is still growing. There is the ongoing implementation of the Tala Development Project, which involves the development of housing sites by the National Housing Authority. Majority of the project area is already subdivided and reploted into habitable community. The awarding of lots is currently ongoing. Looking forward, there is a plan to acquire a 3-hectare property in Barangay 180 for the
Mr.
construction
President, that's
of
longer than 3
university.
minutes already,
Adhere
Mr.
to the
President.
I
grazing
think we can
requirements
appreciate
of the
this.
district.
Yes,
I
Mr.
just
President.
show the
We fully support
process.
it, Mr. President, but the video is more than 3 minutes. Just
Yes,
to put on
I
record.
agree, Mr. President. So, uh, my intention is to have the presentation form part of the records of these proceedings. And again, I implore our dear colleagues for their support for the immediate passage of this measure. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, sorry to interrupt the video presentation. Of course, we're in full support of the measure. It's just that a lot of our colleagues have been waiting. Yes, Mr. President, finally, to give the final sponsorship of this measure, may you recognize Senator Cynthia Villar, Mr. President.
Senator Cynthia Villar is recognized.
I'm in full support of this legislative measure that seek to reapportion the first legislative district of City of Caloocan City into 2 districts, reported out by our Senate Committee on Local Government chaired by Senator Tolentino. This will bring the legislative districts of Caloocan City to a total of 3. Based on the latest population we have, Caloocan's population stands at 1.6 million. I learned that 75% of this figure, or 1.2 million, makes up the first district of Caloocan City, which is way over the 250,000 number of inhabitants that has become the standard in the creation of new legislative districts or in reapportionment of existing legislative districts using the 1987 Philippine Constitution and existing jurisprudence. Caloocan City Mayor Oka Malapitan, my party mate, is doing a great job in managing the affairs of his city and in attending to the needs of his constituency. His good job, therefore, should also be complemented by a fair and sufficient representation of his constituents in Congress. I reiterate full support for this measure. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Mr. President, may I be recognized? Thank you, Mr. President. As a co-sponsor and co-author of the measure, may I just be allowed to insert for the record my co-sponsorship speech, Mr. President, and I'm fully supportive of this particular measure. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I move to suspend consideration of the measure.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Finally, just some housekeeping matters. It's the designation of the Senate panel to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1886 and House Bill number 6589. This is the Judiciary Reorganization Act, Mr. President.
All right, the following members are hereby designated: Senator Richard Gordon as chairperson and Senators Angara, Lapid, Drilon as members.
Thank you, Mr. President. And lastly, the designation with the permission of the body to proceed and move to proceed with the Senate President's designation of the Senate Conference to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2027 and House Bill number 8512, Mr. President. This is the Social Security deferment.
The following members are designated: Senator Richard Gordon as chairpersons and members Villanueva, Binay, Gatchalian, and Hontiveros.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With that, I'd like to congratulate everybody for a great job today. Mr. President, especially yourself for working extended hours since 1:30 in the afternoon. I heard you were there early morning in the Senate. And to all our colleagues, maraming salamat po. I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Wednesday, February 24, 2021. I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none, session is adjourned until February 24, 2021.